this thing, you were the shit. One of the best players in the game. Times have changed and most people are now expected to at least have finished this, but if you're a new player or someone who's never completed the fight caves before, this is a great way to start learning PvM. The fight caves is a trial of 62 waves culminating in a one-on-one against Tiztok Jad, a level 702 monster that has the ability to ruin your day if you're praying incorrectly. This piece of content will teach you a lot about the game, like pathing, prayer flicking, and more. The reward for completing the fight caves is the fire cape. This bad boy is the second best overall melee cape, only behind the infernal cape, which you won't be going for until much later into your journey. But I personally think it is a really good idea to work towards this cape as your first major PvM achievement. And that was 10 goals to work towards in old school RuneScape. Of course, everybody's goals will be slightly different, but these are 10 things I'd really recommend you get done if you haven't already. I want to say thank you to my first ever YouTube member, D-Tech. I really appreciate the support, it's amazing. If you yourself want to become a member as well, you can click the little join button below this video. Becoming a member helps support me and lets me make videos faster than I could before. Other than that, I just want to say thanks for watching and subscribing, and I'll see you in the next one. Fellas, today I want to talk about some goals that can help you progress your account. These goals I'm going to talk about today are for players who are in the mid-game. But defining what the mid-game is can be quite hard because RuneScape math reminds us that 92 is half of 99. But if you are one of those people in the mid-game, here are some goals you can work towards as part of your mid-game progression. First, let's start with unlocking all the spellbooks. Each spellbook has its own unique perks. This one is more of a FOMO thing where it's better to have and not need than to need and not have. You'll always have the standard spellbook. That's just how your account starts. But to get the Lunar Spellbook, you'll need to do Lunar Diplomacy. Lunar Diplomacy in itself is a good benchmark for account progression, but also offering you a Spellbook and Lunar Isle is a great incentive to get it done. The Ancient Spellbook can be obtained by completing Desert Treasure. Desert Treasure is another one of those quests that works as a great benchmark. Plus, it will be needed for the upcoming Desert Treasure 2. I think the Ancient Spellbook has the most practical uses of all three. It's great for PvM and PvP. This is definitely a spellbook you want to unlock when you can. And lastly, the Arceus Spellbook. There's some mixed reviews on this one, but this spellbook is actually quite powerful. It has spells that let you offer bones or ashes for crazy prayer XP during your Slayer task, or even at a bank. And it also has thralls, which have become a main mechanic in high-level PvM over the last couple years. To unlock this one, you'll need 60% favor in the Arceus house, but you really should do 100%. Because number 2 on this list is completing the Architectural Alliance mini-quest. This mini-quest requires you get 100% favor in all 5 Zeah households. Each household has a different benefit for completing the favor, but honestly, they're all kind of important. Arceus Favor gives you the ability to eventually build an occult altar in your POH, which will freely let you change your spellbook to any of the 4 I just mentioned. Damn, crazy how all these goals kind of tie together. The Arceus Favor also lets you unlock an AFK rune crafting activity in Blood Runes and Soul Runes. Lovaken's Favor gives you access to the minecart system, which is great for getting around Zeah, as well as getting to the Chambers of Zarek until you get the tablet as a drop. The Lovaken's Favor also gives you access to the Blast Mine, which is an okay alternative to other mining options. Piscarilius lets you fish anglerfish when you need something AFK. Shazian Favor gives you access to Tier 5 Shazian Armor and Lizardman Shaman. And maybe the most important one is Hosidius, giving you access to the Farming Guild at 60% and the Woodcutting Guild at 75%. At 100%, you'll unlock the Hosidius Kitchen, which has a range that decreases your burn chance by 5%, as well as the Type Farm, the minigame you can get the Farmer's Outfit from. And speaking of the Farmer's Outfit, that leads me into number 3, skilling outfits. I personally think skilling outfits are important, but some people might not agree with me on this one. So feel free to jump to number 4 if they're really not for you. But getting skilling outfits is a great way to set yourself up for skilling throughout the mid game and into the late game. Also, getting most of these outfits require you to train the skill you're getting the outfit for, in turn progressing your account even more. The Carpenter's Outfit, Farmer's Outfit, Pyromancer Outfit, Angler's Outfit, Prospector's Kit, Lumberjack Outfit all give you 2.5% additional XP when you're training the skill. In reality, this boost is nothing crazy. Other outfits like the Rogue's Outfit is very useful because it makes your time pickpocketing even more GP per hour by doubling the loot. The Smith's Outfit makes you smith 1 tick faster, in turn saving you time when smithing, and the Remnants of the Eye gives you 60% more runes when rune crafting. Getting an outfit that makes your time faster, easier, or makes you more money per hour is definitely worthwhile, so you should really consider getting these skilling outfits. And speaking of outfits, let's talk about gear upgrades, because the next thing on the list I want to talk about is obtaining tier 70 armor and weapons. This section should be pretty straightforward, but I really think to progress swimmingly through the mid game, you need to upgrade your gear. I know you love being the Granite Warrior with all these people calling you a champion, but there are better options out there, and I think it's time to progress. Gear is expensive, but you'll probably want a whip, which costs 1 mil, a blowpipe, 2.5 mil, a set of Barrows armor, if not multiple sets, and a trident, which is only 45k surprisingly. But once you can 1, use this gear, and 2, actually own it, you're in a very good place to be grinding out high-level quest bosses and making a bit of money from PVM. And to make that money, the next thing I want to talk about is unlocking money makers like Zulrah, Vorkath, and the Phantom Muspa. Now, I really don't want to talk about these too much in this video, as I'm currently working on one around these 3 bosses specifically, and how you should kind of pick which one is right for you. But starting out, I really recommend you try to learn Zulrah or Vorkath. Both can be very frustrating to learn, but it is very worthwhile if you can get the hang of either of them. Zulrah is locked behind Regicide, which should be doable for all mid-game players, and this boss can offer you 1 to 2 million GP per hour. Vorkath is locked behind Dragon Slayer 2, which is a bit more of a challenge for most players, but it is well worth the effort, as this boss can make you 2 to 4 million GP per hour with the right gear setup. But if these bosses feel impossible for you to kill, don't feel bad. PVM can be made substantially easier as you progress your gear setup. If they are feeling too hard, Barrows is still a viable option. Barrows can offer you almost 1 million GP per hour with significantly less gear and mechanical requirements. Plus, with Barrows, you do have the chance of pulling an expensive piece of Barrows armor, which can bump that GP up a lot. But on the same train of thought as making PVM easier, upgrading your POH to be a functional mid-level house around 50 construction is super beneficial. Up to this point, you've probably been using the Arty Cloak to get to a fairy ring, but with 50 construction, you can build a portal chamber and direct a portal to the Salve Graveyard. This is the closest teleport to a fairy ring until you can build one in your own POH. Around 50 construction, you're also able to build a mounted glory, which comes in handy when teleporting around the game. You will obviously want to push your construction level up as you go, as a max jewelry box and a portal nexus are invaluable assets to your account. But getting to around 50 construction and progressively working your way up will pay dividends throughout the game and the quality of life you get from it. And now that you've spent some money on construction, I want you to spend even more money on prayer. I want to recommend you get Piety and work towards the 70 prayer required to use it. Piety is busted. It's really good. This prayer increases your defense by 25%, strength by 23%, and attack by 20%. This is huge. Piety is also free. You don't have to buy a scroll to learn it, you just need 70 prayer and the completion of a quest to unlock it. Having a massive buff like this while using a whip to do Slayer or a melee boss like Vorkath is incredibly beneficial. 70 prayer might seem like a steep requirement at your current account stage, but it is something you should really work towards getting, because as you increase your prayer level, you also increase the effectiveness of prayer potions. You will get more out of each sip depending on your prayer level. Plus, having more prayer points just gives you more prayer points to spend. Prayer is a very useful skill, and you should strongly consider investing some GP into it. The next thing I want you to unlock could be your first permanent best in slot item, and you can get this by completing Mage Arena 2 and getting an imbued God Cape. To do this, you'll need 75 magic and have completed Mage Arena 1. This mini quest does take place in the wilderness, so don't be running around out there with an infinite amount of runes in your best armor. Take what you need to complete the task and don't die to something stupid. You can turn in each imbued heart or whatever it is that they drop after killing each one, so don't feel like you need to tough out all 3 kills in one inventory. The imbued God Cape is currently the best mage item in the cape slot and will likely stay this way for the foreseeable future. They may eventually add an augment to the cape as a drop from a raid, but you will likely always need this cape. So this is one you definitely want to get done when you can. A slightly smaller goal that might take you longer than everything else on this list is getting access to tier 2 of the farming guild. This requires 65 farming to enter, as well as completing at least 60% of the Hesidious favor on Zaya, but getting access to his Spori is a great way to get a big chunk of farming XP, as well as giving you the chance of getting a bottomless compost bucket for a little bit of extra GP. This wing of the farming guild gives you access to another herb and tree patch, which is great for even more GP and XP every day, but you also get access to the anima patch, which is quite interesting. This patch allows you to plant rare seeds obtained from Hespori. The Atlas seed causes all farming patches across Gielinor to have increased yield. The Izor seed decreases the chance of patches getting diseased. And the Chronos seed provides a chance for farming patches to skip a growth stage, basically letting everything grow faster. Each have their own unique benefits, and it's kind of up to you to choose which one suits your needs at the time. But all of them are a bonus, so you should definitely unlock them. And finally, to close out this list, let me hit you with the no leather classic. Get a quest cape. Completing every quest in the game is the best way to progress your account. Not only for the unlocks from quests, but also the levels you gain from firstly completing the quest, but also the levels you have to grind out to do the next quest on your list. A quest cape will not put you into the late game, but completing it is for sure your first step in escaping the mid game and getting closer to that next step in account progression. And that's it. That's my list on 10 goals for mid-game players. Would you be interested in seeing the next 10 things I'd recommend you do after this to finally escape the mid-game? These would be much harder and longer grinds that would put your account in a position to start high-level PVM, raiding, and pushing towards a maxed account. Thank you so much for watching the video. I hope you enjoyed it since, well, you watched the whole thing. I want to say I still have a lot of ideas in my brain for new videos. I have a 3-part series on money making that I'm working on, a new video essay on if the game will survive as a single player game offline, and I really want to get a series going. I had started work on Optimal Questman, but the first episode was just so boring. It was not something that I really wanted to put out because I know you wouldn't like watching it. I'm looking for other series options, and I'm thinking of doing a series called AFKing 9 to 5. It would basically just document how much profit or XP and like even how viable an AFK activity is to do while you're working from home like I do. But of course, I'd love to hear your thoughts or if you have any ideas for a series, so let me know in the comments. Thank you to my YouTube channel members, DTech, Dino, and Snacks. I appreciate your support. We're almost at 7,000 subscribers, which is kind of insane. I never really expected so many people to see the videos I make, but even with this accomplishment, not a single person has proposed to me in the Lumbridge Church. But other than that, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Fellas, after playing RuneScape for so long, I sort of feel like I forget about some items that have become a necessity in my day-to-day in Gielinor. But today, I want to detail some important items you should get to make your time much better. First, let's talk about the herb sack. This bad boy is great and makes your time doing Slayer much more profitable. It can hold up to 30 of each grimy herb type for a total of 420. Weed. The herb sack can be set to open so that when you pick up a herb it will automatically be stored in the sack. And boy is this great, because if you get something like a Spectre's task, you'll be filling this thing up real quick. You can get the herb sack from a Slayer Master for 750 Slayer points, which is quite steep, but I'd recommend you actually get it from Tithe Farm. This was recently added and costs 250 points. This would be my preferred way to get it, and it's a great way to get some farming XP while getting a really good quality of life item. Another great item is the Rune Pouch. The Rune Pouch is really good. Being able to take 3 different types of rune in one inventory space is great quality of life. It doesn't make magic hit harder or more accurate, but it does let you bring 2 extra prey pots or 2 extra pieces of food, which might not sound like much, but after 1,000 trips, 2,000 extra prayer pots sounds really nice, doesn't it? For a while, this was only obtainable for Slayer points, 750 to be exact. Again, 750 points is a lot for most people, and since you want to get this item as soon as possible, it's not exactly ideal. The good news is you can get this item for 75 last man standing points, so if you're good at PvP or even just into PvP, this is a great option. But alongside this, they've actually now basically made this item tradable. You can buy a Rune Pouch note for 3 million GP, and if you've got the money lying around, I'd really recommend you take this route. You can even make the rune pouch even better by getting a thread of Eladinis from the Tombs of Amasket, which can be obtained from an entry mode, so it's doable for most people. But starting out, a regular rune pouch will do you a world of good. For the farming fans out there, these little fellas are incredibly useful for your farm run. If you didn't already know, these give you an increased yield of 10% from all herb, allotment, grape, bushes, hops, and limpwort patches. It doesn't work for all flowers, but you'll definitely only want them for limpworts anyway. These are incredibly powerful for your herb run. You can get these from Fairy Tale Part 1, which all accounts should have done, unless you're a skiller, but even purists can get this because you don't need to complete the quest to get them. The second quest in this questline is what gives you access to fairy rings, so if you haven't done it already, you should definitely look into this. The additional 10% makes your herb run 10% more profit, so I highly recommend it. Next is the Fighter Torso. This bad boy is pretty great. It can be obtained from the Barbarian Assault minigame, requiring 300 points in all 4 rolls, as well as 1 queen kill. This bad boy only has a 40 defense requirement to equip, yet it offers you the same strength bonus as a Bando's chestplate. Of course, it's not as defensive as a BCP, but using a protection prayer negates that stat benefit in a lot of scenarios. In my opinion, this is a must-have item while you're building your bank up to be able to afford those task sets and plate body. So if you don't have it already, get on it. Along the lines of minigame rewards, we also need to talk about Void Armor. Void Armor is really good, especially early on. Void offers you a 10% buff to melee damage and accuracy with the melee helm, 10% to range damage and accuracy with the range helm, and a whopping 45% increase to magic accuracy with the mage helm. To get this benefit, you will need the full set, being the top, the robe bottoms, and the gloves alongside the helmet. But this is a great set for a lot of scenarios before you have Bandos, Arma, or Ancestral. This set can be obtained from the Pest Control minigame. Each helmet will cost you 200 points, the top and bottoms being 250, and the gloves being 150. This is one of those sets that you will see a lot of benefit for the time committed, and there are definitely scenarios you'll want this set for. Damn, more minigame items. Would you look at that? Unlike most skilling outfits, the Remnants of the Eye don't actually give you additional XP. They give you additional runes. The full set offers you 60% additional runes, which means 60% more GP for you. It seems like a no-brainer, but if you're looking at your account and thinking about how much rune crafting XP you have left to do, be it for a quest cape, the diary cape, or even maxing, you should really get this set to make yourself that extra GP along the way. This set can be obtained from Gardens of the Rift, which will give you a great head start on your rune crafting training anyway. And following up with more rune crafting items, I also want to recommend you get every essence pouch that you can. All of these pouches hold a different amount of essence, the small pouch requiring level 1 and holding 3, with the giant pouch requiring level 75 and holding 12. By having all of them up to giant, you're essentially able to bring 30 extra pure essence per trip to the altar. This is huge as it lets you do more than 2 full inventories of runes in one trip, therefore increasing your XP every trip. These pouches can also be upgraded to the Colossal pouch by obtaining an Abyssal Needle as a rare drop from Gardens of the Rift. If you are lucky enough to pull this needle, you'll now be able to hold up to 40 essence in one pouch, furthering your XP and profit per trip. Another skilling item that lets you hold more items per trip is the Fish Barrel. This fella does exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a barrel that holds fish, 28 to be exact. You're able to set this to open so it automatically holds the fish as you catch them, filling up your inventory afterwards. In combination with the Menu Entry Swapper plugin, you can also make it a one-click deposit to any bank, so it basically adds no time to your trip, aside from your time spent fishing, that is. This is an amazing quality of life item that can be obtained from Temperos at a rate of 1 in 400. This one is definitely worth your while, especially if you're really into AFK. I have a question. When you do Slayer, do you pick up the bones and bury them? Do you pick up the ashes and scatter them? Well, what if I told you there was an item that automatically did it for you? The Bone Crusher and the Ash Sanctifier actually do exactly this. Starting with the Bone Crusher. To get this, you need to do the Mauritania Hard Diary. I know this is a steep requirement, but I really think you'll want to get this diary done eventually, so it is worth your while to pick this item up as you go. The Hard Diary will let the Bone Crusher give you 50% of the normal XP you would for burying them. But hey, 50% is better than 0% from letting them despawn on the floor. But with the Elite Diary, it actually offers you 100% of XP you would get for burying them. The Bone Crusher also works in the Catacombs of Karen and will give you the prayer restoration effect, so it's great for AFKing down there. The only drawback for this is that you do need to charge it with Ecto tokens, but since you've already completed the diary for this, you can claim free crushed bones and buckets of slime from Robin every day and you'll be good to go. The Ash Sanctifier, on the other hand, is very similar and works the exact same except for ashes. This item is obtained from completing the hard tier of the Karen and Kebos diary, and this one can be charged with death runes at the cost of 1 death rune to 10 charges, so it's great bang for your buck. This one will also scale up with the elite diary, but unfortunately this one does not work in the catacombs for whatever reason. And the last item I want to talk about today is the Salve Amulet, the EI version to be specific. The Salve Amulet itself is good, but once enchanted, with the completion of the Lair of Tarn Razalor mini quest, it can be imbued at the Nightmare Zone, the PvP Arena, or Soul Wars. And once imbued, this item not only has a 20% boost to attack and strength against undead monsters, but also a 20% accuracy and damage boost to ranged and magic. This amulet can be used against a lot of monsters. Like, I mean a lot. There is a big list that this works on. But the most important ones are Shades, Revenants, Bloat at TOB, Vorkath, Bettion, and his Hellhound minions. Unfortunately, this amulet does not stack with the Slayer helmet, but in many cases, it can replace a Slayer helmet and basically acts as one even when you're not on task. There are so many items in this game that I'd love to recommend you get, but that's all I've got for now. Thank you to my channel members D-Tech, Dino, and Snacks. I appreciate your continued support, and congratulations on your yellow party hat. I've talked about a bunch more items I think you should get in my account progression videos, which you should now be seeing on screen. Thank you so much for watching, liking, and subscribing. I've got nothing left to say, so I'll see you in the next one. That's not gonna work. What if I made an Ultimate Iron Man? Free to play skiller. I gotta do a collection log series.
What are you doing sitting under this tree?
Oh, I'm just trying to think of a new video idea.
Maybe you should make a guide for new players.
I feel like there's so many guides out there that I'd rather make something a little bit different.
Perhaps you should make a guide for new players, but disguise it as a video essay.
Today I want to talk about RuneScape's account progression system. It's pretty simple, really. It's just these 2 boxes. That's it. That's the video. Okay, but for real, let's actually talk about them in a bit more depth. First, questing. Love it or hate it, getting a Questscape is by far the best way you can progress your account. Like, just take a look at all this content that questing unlocks.
Oh my god!
Ava's Device, Ancient Magics, Prifdinus, the best in slot Mage Cape, the ability to buy and equip the iconic Rune Plate Body, but don't buy it from this guy. Just talk to him if you need good luck. I could go on all day about unlocks, but just trust me, there is a lot. Quests offer more than just unlocks though. They also offer you a great way to skip early levels and tedious skills that you might just not want to train. Let me give you a very long-winded example. You could do the Enter the Abyss mini quest and instantly get level 9 rune crafting. Do the mini quiz at the museum and get both 9 Hunter and Slayer. Go catch a few birds to try out that Hunter skill you just got XP in. Once you hit level 12, you can do the Ascent of Arceus quest. This would expose you to a whole nother continent you might not even know about. And now you've already jumped up to 11 rune crafting and 16 Hunter. And just by doing a few short quests, you've gained 30 levels by only actually training for 3 of them. And if we keep this example going, after that you could even do the Temple of the Eye quest. This should only take you about 15 minutes thanks to RuneLite's amazing Quest Helper plugin, and all of a sudden you're already 22 rune craft without even crafting a single rune. You've also now unlocked yourself a skilling minigame that offers you great XP at whatever level you are, as well as the chance to get a skilling outfit that makes regular rune crafting even better by offering you 60% additional runes. And again, this all started because you did a few very short quests. And this is just one awkwardly long-winded example, but almost every skill can be jump-started through questing. If you're sort of new to the game and you don't know about the wiki, you should definitely take a look and just read a couple pages. This site is incredible, and I'm definitely going to make a video just on this. But on just one specific page, there's an optimal quest guide. It tells you exactly which quest you should do to gain the most experience from quests before training any skills. But maybe you've been to the wiki, you're not a fan. I get it, bro. Reading sucks. If you're using the Quest Helper plugin in RuneLite, guess what? It has this same list built in, but it even has an alternate path if you're an Iron Man. The only thing I really disagree with on this list is that you should kind of just do what you want to do. If a quest feels too long or too hard, don't feel bad about AFKing some sand crabs to get a few combat levels, or doing whatever you feel like you need to do. Getting a quest cape won't max out your skills, so there's no harm in training. That's the beauty of this game. You can kind of do whatever you want to do. If a quest is in your way, you don't have to do it right now. Just take a break, do what you want to do, and come back when you feel like it. But say you get that quest cape, every single quest in the game completed. Now, if you were to do this perfectly optimal, you would be between 1500 and 1600 total level, which is huge, by the way. It is an achievement in itself. I think a lot of people get too wrapped up in getting a 99 that they forget the game currently has 23 skills, and almost every single one of them, except fire making, unlock a lot of content as you progress them. But here you are now, 1600 total. What should you do now? The quest cape on your back looks nice, but you no longer have a sense of direction. What should you work on? What should you train? Well, luckily for you, there were two boxes I showed you earlier. One for quest points, and the other for achievement diaries. Here is your next path of progression. Unfortunately, this time you can't rely on quests giving you experience without training the skill, but you know exactly what you can train and what it will unlock. It also no longer really matters what order you do them in, but you can choose to do whichever one that you think will benefit you the most. I did forget to mention this earlier, but the Quest Helper plugin also recommends you do achievement diaries during your quest progression. So let's hope you did those and got a nice head start. Because for this section, I'll be focusing on the elite tier, since they have the highest requirements and in turn, cause your account to become even more progressed than previous tiers. Also, just like completing one specific quest gives you a best slot item, so does an achievement diary. It is kind of weird, but the Kebos Elite Diary gives you a blessing that actually has the best stats. It's just prayer bonus though, so it is kind of useful for AFK Slayer, but it's up to you if this is what you want to go for. But if that's not what you're looking for, I'd recommend you explore Lumberjack Drain. The Explorer's Ring works as a high alchemy spell, so you don't need to carry those runes around with you for 30 casts. This is great for specific boss encounters, and even carrying it around for some Slayer. It's really great for conserving inventory space, and it lets you stay on a different spellbook. It also gives you unlimited teleports to a herb patch, lets you restore run energy to 100% 3 times a day. This one is very nice if you're kind of stingy with your stamina potions like I am. As well as the big one, you can now use fairy rings, one of the best modes of transport, without a Drayman's or Lunar staff. This frees up an extra inventory space for whatever activity you're doing. Another great diary is the Varrock one. The plate body works as a prospector's jacket, giving you the XP boost, but also gives you a chance of doubling ores. This can increase your profit per hour when mining higher level rocks. And one more perk of the diary that most people somehow forget about is that you can now buy 120 battle stabs every day from Zap at a discounted price. And as soon as you do this, you can proceed to dump them promptly onto the GE for about 200k profit. And if you claim these every day, which takes about 30 seconds, you're looking at roughly 6 million in effortless GP every month. I'm starting to sound like a finance guru. There is a lot of these great benefits locked behind diaries, so you should definitely check them out and see which one interests you the most. Each one kind of has its own unique bonuses, and these are just 2 I would recommend, but you might find another one more enticing. And I know all these rewards sound great, but you need to remember these elite diaries have very high skill requirements. So don't just think you're going to jump in right away and get them. Use these rewards as a motivation system to finally grind out those annoying levels. And if you're ever feeling demotivated, just remember that progression in old school is like a marathon. It takes time to get where you want to go, but if you keep moving forward, eventually you'll get there. Fellas. A major reason I started making videos on old school was to share some information with people who are just getting into the game and trying to progress their accounts. So today, I want to continue my account progression help series of videos and give you 10 more goals that will help you escape the mid-game and essentially put you into the late game. Hopefully, if you complete these, you'll no longer worry about unlocks and focus more on just getting XP, bossing, or having fun. So, let's get started. First, let's quickly get the No Leather Classic out of the way. Get a quest cape. Completing every quest in the game unlocks so much content. Unlocking Prifddinas, Darkmire, TOA, TOB, and a bunch of other content is great for your account. In this video, I'm also going to suggest you complete all the mini quests, but I've talked about quests so much on this channel, so let's quickly jump into number 2. Number 2 is the hard tier of the Achievement Diary. The medium diaries give you a lot of great benefits, but completing the hard tier really pushes those benefits to the next level. The hard tier of the Ardoin diary now gives you a 10% increased chance of pickpocketing, which is very helpful when you go for 99. The desert diary will now let you use Zahur to make unfinished potions, as well as making the ropes you place at the Kalphite Queen lair and tunnel permanent. Falador Diary gives you access to the Crafting Guild Bank, which is one of the best banks in the game. It makes the giant mole drop noted mole skins and claws, as well as giving you a locator for the mole. Doing this boss without this is horrible. The Fremenic Diary now lets you use tan leather. The Kandarin Diary now lets you set your Camelot teleport to Seer's village, which is great for banking, as well as agility training. And on top of that, the diary now gives you 15% more marks of grace at Seer's roof, and also gives you a 10% increased chance to activate the special effect of Enchanted Bolts. This does stack with the ACB spec, and this is huge for anywhere you use ruby, diamond, or even sapphire bolts. The Karamja Diary gives you access to the underground portion of the gem mine, which is a great training and money-making method, as well as being one of the closest teleports to a deposit box. The Kabos Diary gives you access to the Ash Sanctifier and an additional 2% chance to catch 2 fish at once. The Lumberjane Drainer Diary gives you 10% increased experience from Tears of Guthix. This is great for free runecraft experience. It also gives you an unlimited amount of teleports to Falador Farm for your herb run. It's just very nice. The Mauritania Diary gives you 26 free buckets of slime and bone meal every day, which is great for prayer XP and Ecto tokens. And you'll need these Ecto tokens for the Bone Crusher, which is also a reward from this diary. But probably the most important one from this diary is the 50% extra runes from Barrow's chest. This will increase your profit per hour significantly. The Varrock Diary isn't great at the hard tier, but you can now buy a few more battle staffs from Zaf, giving you some free GP every day. The Western Provinces lets you upgrade your Void to Elite Void, giving it a +3 prayer bonus and 2.5% additional damage to range and magic. With this diary, you'll also get access to the private Red Chinchompa hunting ground, which is great for dodging bots and will help you find a free world much easier. You're now also able to make a Crystal Halberd, which is a great spec weapon for a lot of PvM activities. And finally, the Wilderness Diary will now let you get up to 5 ecumenical keys at a time, which is great for God Wars. And it also gives you the ability to choose your destination when using the Wilderness Obelisks. This is great for getting around out there, making it much faster when you're doing bosses or doing clues. And I know that probably felt like a lot, but those are just some of the benefits. I didn't even list all of them. Do your diaries. They are extremely beneficial. And when we talk benefits, we need to talk gear, because upgrading your gear is the biggest benefit you can get on any account. For this video, I really just want to talk about the Crystal Armor and the Bofa. This might be one of the biggest gear upgrades you can make on any account that isn't a Twisted Bow or Shadow. This set is going to be so integral to how you boss until you have that busted ass T-bow. This set really bridges the gap into PvM in a way that no other gear or weapon really does. These items make your time at Zulrah, Muspa, TOA, Chambers of Xeric, and many other activities much better by really ramping up your DPS. I also think that now is probably a good time to state that these videos are not the end-all be-all. Everything I say is always a suggestion. Every piece of content in the game is doable with almost any gear setup, but the level of difficulty really ramps up when you're doing endgame PvM in rags. Masori T-bow is obviously better, but 160 mil in range gear is much more obtainable for most people compared to the 1.6 billion GP you'll need for the other one. And this is especially important at this stage of your account progression. And to continue progressing your account, I think the next thing you should do is unlock your final skilling methods. These will likely be different for everyone, as your ideal training method to 99 might be different from what I list here, because you might prefer something more AFK, or maybe even something that's way more involved, like tick manipulation. But these are just my suggestions. Combat will always be combat. You don't really need to unlock anything here. Just keep doing Slayer and you'll have access to all the monsters you want to kill. This includes ranged and all your melees. Magic might be a little different because you might want to push it up so you can unlock Ice Barrage or Blood Barrage. Something like level 86 for Plank Make will be your unlock. Rune crafting is much simpler. Unlocking blood runes at 77 gives you access to an AFK method on Zaya, as well as an active method with the True Blood Altar for both GP and XP. Training construction will be different for everyone. I personally did Oak Dungeon doors to 99 and would really recommend you do this so that you can save money and still get some crazy XP. For agility, you have 2 major unlocks. I want you to unlock the Arty Roofs at 90 or the 5th floor of the Sepulchre at 92. Pushing your agility level up is very important for run energy restoration. And I know it might be a slog, but you'll want to get it done eventually. And with that, when I tell you to get these requirements, I really recommend you don't do each one in one go. Kind of push all your skills up together till you get them to a point that you want them to be at. All skilling is a big grind. If you don't do it at your own pace and try to rush stuff, you are going to burn out, so I really recommend you try to avoid that at all costs. For Herblore, you can unlock Sarah Brews at 81, but this method is incredibly expensive, so something like ranging potions at 72 might be more ideal. For thieving, I'm guessing you probably want to do Arty Knights to 99, so getting 95 to never fail is really nice, but for now, I'm going to recommend you're aiming for 91 so you can do all the rooms in Pyramid Plunder. For crafting, I recommend level 87 for doing empty light orbs. For fletching, you'll want magic longbows at 85. Hunter is made substantially better and more GP at level 80 when you get 5 box traps. Mining is weird because there are plenty of options, but I do recommend you get 92 for amethyst so that you do have that big GP and AFK option. Smithing, I don't really think has a requirement. You can do your best training method when you can make gold bars at the blast furnace, so this one just gets an LOL. Fishing can be done in a lot of ways. I'd say you're sitting pretty when you can catch sharks, but more specifically through minnows at 82 fishing. And the same goes for cooking. Cooking sharks is great and profitable, so you'll want at least 80 cooking for now. You'll want 90 fire making for redwood logs, 90 wood cutting for cutting those redwood logs, and for farming, you'll probably just want access to tier 3 of the farming guild so you can plant as many fruit trees as possible at 85 farming. The only skill I didn't cover was prayer, because that leads me into number 4. Unlocking Rigor and Augury at level 77 prayer is so important. These two prayers are very similar to Piety in the sense that they are a massive buff to all PvM. Rigor is especially important just because of how many bosses have you ranging them. Rigor increases your range attack by 20%, damage by 23%, and even your defense by 25%. This prayer is incredibly busted, but does cost a pretty penny. Unlike Piety, you don't just unlock it. You'll have to buy a scroll to unlock it, or complete Chambers of Xeric over and over again until you get it as a drop. Right now, the Dexterous Prayer Scroll costs about 31 mil, but this investment will pay dividends in the long run. On the other hand, Augury might not get used as much, but it does still have its perks, offering you 25% buff to your magic attack and magic defense, as well as just a general 25% buff to your defense. You probably won't use Augury as much as you use Rigor, especially at this point in your account progression, but it currently costs just under 3 mil, and will offer you way more than that in benefits. And while your PvM is being buffed by prayers, let's talk about some POH upgrades that will make your time across the game way better. I made a whole video about why construction is so good, but I'll give you a TLDR in this video. Upgrading your POH lets you get everything you need to successfully PvM, as well as skill and do clues, and keeps it all in one place. So let's look at upgrading your POH to the bare minimum for quality of life. The nice thing about construction is that you can boost +8, and you can do this with the spicy stew giving you a visible +5, and the crystal saw adding +3 on top of that. So every level I tell you here, technically you can -8 from to get the actual requirement outside of the fairy ring. To make your POH really worthwhile, I think you need 7 things. At level 72, you can get the Portal Nexus Chamber. In this room, you can build a basic Portal Nexus, as well as mounting a Xeric's Amulet and a Dig Site Pendant. This room is now your transportation hub. At level 80, you can build a Dark Altar. This will let you switch between Ancient Magic and the Standard Spellbook without having to run through the pyramid. At 81, you can get a basic jewelry box, which gives you unlimited Rings of Dueling and Games Necklaces. This is great for getting to Ferrex, Castle Wars, Birth Oak, or even Barbarian Assault, so that you can just run to Otto's Grotto for fishing. At 85, you can get a fancy rejuvenation pool, This pool will restore your special attack, run energy, prayer points, and fix any reduced stats, excluding hit points. Ideally, you want to go for the ornate pool at level 90, but that can be a steep requirement just based on how much GP it costs to get to. But also at level 85, you can build a fairy ring in your POH. This is the fastest teleport to a fairy ring in the game and will save you a lot of time long term. When I made my construction video, there were a few comments asking if it was worth to build all this yourself or if it was viable to just use someone else's house on World 330. While you can do that, it's really just personal preference. I know that if I'm actively playing the game, I am going to my POH constantly. If I had to always hop worlds and find a house, the amount of kills or the amount of items I would get from skilling would dramatically decrease, making me less GP or even getting me less XP per hour. Having your own POH that you can directly teleport to is huge, and I highly recommend it. And with having your house set up for PVM, the next thing I want to talk about is the combat achievements. With the recent update making it a point-based system, the medium tier of the combat achievements is more achievable than ever. Completing the medium tier is great for some nice quality of life perks. Your cannon can now hold an additional 5 cannonballs, making AFK Slayer just slightly more AFK. You'll gain 2 additional points per game of pest control, making the grind for Elite Void even quicker. When getting a Slayer task, your boss task can now be as big as 45 kills. You'll have a 5% increased chance to get both easy and medium clues. You'll get 5 free teleports to the God Wars dungeon entrance, which is very nice. And probably the most important is that if you equip Galmal's Hilt 2, the prayer drain effect at Barrows will be completely nullified. This will save you a ton on prayer potions, and it will make your Barrows trip technically more profitable and overall just a little bit more chill. For number 8 on this list, let's talk about getting your first 99. By this point in your account, you might actually already have one, but if you don't, now is a great time to get your first skill cape. Skill capes in general aren't inherently that important. There are some that have a few nice teleports, but mostly they can be replaced with other items. The point of getting a 99 is in the air. Is it for personal accomplishment? Is it technically account progression? Who knows? In my opinion, it's all of the above. Everybody plays the game for a different reason, and you can really do whatever you want, but if you are eventually planning on maxing, doing that grind for a 99 at this point of your account, especially if you decide to do a fast one, will really tell you if this is something you actually want to do. My recommendation is that you actually do go for a fast one or an easy one. Cooking, fletching, fire making at Wintertod, or even thieving are really great options. All of the above should make you a little bit of money for once you're done, and it will really show if you do like skilling like you think you do. The second last thing on this list is getting untradables. There are a few untradables that I really recommend. The Dragon Defender is a must, Ava's Device, which you should honestly have had way before now, a Slayer Helmet, an Imbued God Cape for Mage Arena 2, Arclight, the Fighter Torso if you can stomach World 306 Barbarian Assault, and arguably the most important, Elite Void. Elite Void is pretty damn good and can substitute your need for a few gear sets in a lot of situations if you can't afford them yet. If you've never done an activity like the Theater of Blood, you might be surprised to hear that Elite Void is probably the first set of gear you'll use here. It works just well enough and is great for learning. You'll probably be using this gear set here until you get comfortable with bringing less food and more switches. And speaking of Theater of Blood, the last thing on this list is to try raiding in other endgame PVM. This game has so much to offer, from skilling, minigames, bosses, and even raids. Everyone is very likely to have a different thing they prefer doing in-game, but I'm going to tell you that you're severely missing out if you don't at least try everything. There is no guarantee that you will love raiding or endgame PVM like Small Group Next or Fasani's Nightmare, but you'll never know if it's something you enjoy if you never try it. Raiding is by far the best ways to make large amounts of money. It is possible, but very unlikely that you will ever see the amount of GP required to buy a Twisted Bow or a Shadow if you're not raiding. Billions of GP does not come from making 1 mil an hour for thousands of hours. It mainly comes from gambling your life away for a purple chest. And that's my list on 10 goals for escaping the mid-game. There are some other things you can do after this, but I don't really know if there's enough to make a video like this. But who knows? Maybe one more down the line. Thank you to my YouTube channel members, Dino and Snacks. If you watched this whole video and thought something like, damn, I'm nowhere near doing any of this, No worries. I've linked my account progression help videos on screen now, and I also ordered the playlist so you can start from a new player's perspective. But I've got nothing left to say, so I'll see you in the next one. Not everybody has the ability to focus on the game for 10 hours a day, but throwing it up on a second monitor and AFKing while you get some work done is a great way to make some passive GP or gain some XP. And with that in mind, welcome to AFKing 9 to 5. Today we'll be making some good money, like actual good money. Are you burnt out of killing Vorkath every night, just trying to make enough for that twisted bow? Or have you just got that bow and need to rebuild your bank? Well, look no further, because today's episode is just for you. Today we'll be venturing into the catacombs of Karen to kill some brutal black dragons. Killing these fellas requires level 77 Slayer, at least level 37 Prayer, and a pretty high range level. Getting there for the first time, you'll have to enter the catacombs through the statue, but on your way out for the first time, you can climb up this rope to unlock a hole that you can later climb down in Lovakench. For today's gear, I'll be using a classic T-bow rebuild setup, but if you don't have this exact gear, don't worry, you can still work with a budget setup, and I've got some estimations for how much you should make. On the low end, you're looking at a strong 860k per hour, and at the high end, a whopping 1.5 million GP per hour. These numbers are before calculating in supplies, but don't worry, those are not that expensive. My gear will be sitting somewhere in the middle, so I'm expecting to make about 1 to 1.1 mil every hour today. I'll be completely honest, I tried one trip last night so I could figure out what supplies I should bring, and my inventory setup ended up being 1 Divine Ranging Potion, 1 Prayer Pot, 2 food in case I got 2 AFK and the dragon starts meleeing me, and 1 extended super anti-fire potion. The timing of the trip also worked out perfectly for me to only bring 1 prayer potion, and honestly, in my test trip, I didn't even use a single sip. This is mainly because I didn't use any offensive range prayers like Rigor or Augury, and this made my kills slightly slower, but more AFK. And with this forbidden knowledge, you might still be wondering how I could camp Protect for Mage for a full trip without any prayer pots. And well, the solution is the Bone Crusher. This might not be for everybody because Dragon Bones are 2k per kill, so I technically burned 2,000 coins every kill, but I gained 4 prayer points. This made my trips longer and let me gather more regular loot. So, I guess all that's left is to get to it. I'll see you guys in 8 hours. So let me bank one last time and break down how my day went. First, let's start with the experience. This one probably won't matter much to you since we're here to make GP, but for 8 hours of killing these dragons, I got 192,000 HP XP, 576k range XP, and almost 30,000 prayer experience. Not a bad day of making money. Loot-wise, we did really well. I picked up every single drop, and in the day, I killed 409 of these dragons. That's about 51 per hour. My total loot was 8.4 mil, and my average loot without bones was 20.6k per dragon, which is almost exactly to what the math tells us it should be. Another great thing about killing these dragons is that they do drop totem pieces at a rate of 1 in 185. So our loot was on expected value, and we were on drop rate for these pieces, getting 2 today. I do think it might be fun in the future to try out some totem farming methods since we now have the Venator bow, so there might be a few more monsters that seem a little bit more viable to farm now. If that's something you'd want to see in a future episode, be sure to let me know in the comments. And while we're still talking about loot, I got incredibly lucky. I actually got the Visage during my day here. This drops at a rate of 1 in 10,000, so you should only expect to get one every 24.4 days, so do not count on that extra 2 mil for your price check. And to be completely honest, I am technically dry for one of these since I've killed 8,000-ish mithril dragons and at least 5,000 more across Rune and Adamant, so I'm happy to get that one crossed off the collection log. So for me personally, my final loot came out to 10.8 mil for the day, but I'll be using my earlier number of 8.4. When we talk about money making, we also need to talk about the supplies, because they do cut into that profit at the end of the day. During my 8 hours here, I used 1500 amethyst arrows, so that is minus 316k. Potion wise, I definitely used more dosages of divine ranging than I did anti-fires, but to make this super easy, let's just say that I used 20 of each. So minus 82k for the range pots and minus 143k of the anti-fires. And finally, the food. Every trip I brought 2 sharks, and honestly, I only ate them because I needed inventory space. I think there was only 1 or 2 times where I had to eat them because the dragon was meleeing me. But since I did eat them for space every trip, across 51 trips, I used 102 sharks, and that is minus another 52k. My teleports here were free since I'm a sweaty nerd with 99 construction, so our final profit comes out to 7.8 million total, or 975k per hour, which is very, very good. My AFK time here was also pretty good, and I actually got a fair bit of work done today. My AFK times were about 1 minute and 15 seconds, with my active time being just me looting and then moving if the dragon was within melee range. So this was maybe 5 seconds every minute or so. And on top of that, of course I had to bank and resupply, so let me just show you on the screen an example of how long that would take. Surely by the time I'm done saying this, I've probably already done it and have returned to the brutal black dragons. And that should be everything you need to know about brutal black dragons. Today I want to tackle some more PVM activities that can make you some really good money while you work. So let's talk about rune and adamant dragons. Right off the bat, let me say that I know metal dragons can be the bane of your existence if you're getting them as slayer tasks early on, but as you progress into the later combat levels, these can become incredible money for minimal effort. The only real downside is that you do need some pretty high combat levels to take these on to make them both AFK and profitable. Feel free to try them at whatever level you're at, but for the best rates, I'm really going to recommend your base 90s in whatever combat style you choose to use. To do these two, you'll also need the completion of Dragon Slayer 2 to unlock the Lithgren Vault, which can be accessed super easily by using a dig site pendant. Once you've teleported there, you just climb down the stairs to the north and enter the large door, and you're right there. For my day, I'll be using the mounted pendant in my POH. If you don't want to use the fastest method for whatever reason, or you still need to unlock the teleport, to get there, you can go to the dig site, take the boat to Fossil Island, run to this spot in the northwestern corner, take the boat to Lithgren, climb up the stairs, climb down the trapdoor, go down the stairs, climb down the second set of stairs, enter the large door, run all the way to the north, and go slightly east to arrive at the strange device, which you can use your dig site amulet on to unlock the teleport. And now that we know what stats we should have, the requirements to get there, and even how to get there, let's talk about gear. Gear for these two monsters is very identical. For Rune Dragons, I'm using full Justiciar, a Dragon Hunter Lance, a Berserker Ring imbued because I don't have an Ultor Ring. I'm using the Dragon Bow Necklace here so that I can get a token amount of prayer XP, as well as not having to pick up the bones and just getting more regular loot instead. For the cape slot, just use your best in slot. A Fire Cape or Mythical Cape works really good here. It doesn't really matter that much. A blessing for extra prayer bonus, the Dragon Fire Shield for protection from dragon fire, insulated boots for protection against the lightning attack, and these are mandatory. If you don't wear these boots, you're going to take a lot of damage and it's not really AFK. And I also chose to use Barrow's Gloves over Ferocious Gloves just for the slight defense bonus. My inventory here is a Divine Super Combat, an Extended Super Anti-Fire, but honestly, you can just use a regular Extended Anti-Fire. I always forget this, and I refuse to buy them for whatever reason. I'm also bringing 3 prayer pots and a teleport to my POH, with the rest of my inventory just filled with food. In the second half of the day, I'll be doing Adamant Dragons, and I'll be using almost the exact same setup. I'll just be flipping the boots for Primordials, and I'll also be bringing an Antidote ++ for 10 minutes of Poison Protection. I didn't even know this was something I needed for Adamant Dragons until today. For this video, I'll be doing Rune Dragons from 9 AM till 1 PM, so 4 hours. Then I'll switch to Adamant Dragons to finish out the day, so let's get started. Not a bad start to the day if I'm being honest. Rune Dragons is an awesome AFK moneymaker. I knew that going in, but the numbers really just solidify it. It's hard to kind of quantify the AFK time because you do need to pay attention to anything where you can die. I died twice, so I lost 200k of my profit, but I won't include that in here just so we have a clean number. In 4 hours, I used 10 Divine Super Combats, or 40 doses. I used 9 Anti-Fires, or 34 doses. I used 33 Prayer Pots, or 132 doses. I ate 430 Mana Rays, which comes out to a supply cost of about 1 million GP. In my 4 hours, I got 172 kills, or about 43 per hour. The loot came out to 6.15 mil. That is a total of 5.15 mil profit, or about 1.28 mil per hour. That is very good for an AFK activity, like very, very good. The XP was okay, kind of just standard for any PVM AFK activity. But if you did this for a full workday, you'd make 10.28 million GP. And if you did it for a full work week, you'd make 51.2 mil, which is pretty damn good if you ask me. But I do need to finish out the rest of the day, so let's head to the Adamant Dragons just across the hallway. I know these are probably not going to be as AFK and will also probably be a lot less money, but I still need the metal slice for the collection log, so let's hope I get lucky. Okay, that was really not as AFK as Rune Dragons, but I did get lucky pulling a pair of Dragon Limbs. Those are a 1 in 1000 drop that should take about 16 to 20 hours, so I did get pretty lucky, so I won't include them in the final price check.
Hello everyone, Chaos here, and welcome to another old school RuneScape video. If you guys are relatively new to my channel, you may not know that I have done gear progression guides, as I teach you how to upgrade your gear in the most efficient way possible. At the time of making this video, those guides are now almost a year old, and even though they are still fairly relevant, with great additions to the game such as Nex and Raids 3, I thought, why not update those videos, but this time teach you how to upgrade your gear efficiently for melee, ranged, and magic combined. A quick shout out to my friend Avo for helping out fact checking this video, especially towards the latest stages, to give you the most accurate information possible. Safe to say you can trust the two maxed and sweaty players to help out with your upgrades. Before we start, my biggest disclaimer for this video is that obviously not every single person will be happy with the progression, because even though all of these upgrades make sense from a cost versus stats standpoint, other players may want to try other items out. This becomes way more obvious in the late game as items become even more expensive and decisions are more important. But if you have a personal suggestion, leave a comment below and we can discuss about it. Another important thing to note is that especially towards the later stages of the game, I am going to mention specific items that, although they are nice to buy at some point, are not required for DPS since they are niche and we are focusing on overall damage. Items such as a Dragon Hunter Lance, Dragon Warhammer, Dragon Hunter Crossbow will all get a mention but will not stay as a part of the entire core setup. Also, I am going to include Raids 3 items to give this video more longevity, and I will explain how we should judge these additions when it comes to investing into them whenever you reach the end game. But this item goes to the bottom of the priority list, and you should only get it if you're farming Nex, and maybe if bolts play a big role in Raids 3. And speaking of Raids 3, it is time to brainstorm how important the new items are going to be and place them on the list, as well as telling you where to buy them depending on how useful they are. As a quick reminder, all of these items are confirmed by Jagex to hit the live game once the Tombs of a Mascot are released during the summer. We have the Masori armor, made up of the helmet, the chestplate, and chain skirt for the new best in slot ranged armor, and then the Word of Elidness for the new best in slot magic shield, the Osmumten's Fang, which is a much better but slower version of the rapier, and the Heka of Tumikon, which is another wand weapon. Now, after the release of Raids 3, and for quite a long time, these items I'm pretty sure are going to be astronomically expensive because people are not going to be able to farm the raid as quickly as players can kill Nex either in small teams or in mass worlds. We still don't know how important these items are going to be inside the raid itself, but here's a bit of brainstorming as to how important they could be for general combat. The Masori armor is going to be an obscene upgrade for the range style, since it will be the first ever armor to have range strength and it will be an absolute game changer. I would personally put it right before Torva regardless of the cost, since it's that much more significant upgrade from Armadil than what Torva is to Bandos. The Word of Elidness can go anywhere after the Arcane Spirit Shield and also probably before Torva. It will also be the first magic shield item to have a percentage magic bonus, so again, it will be a huge upgrade from the Arcane Spirit Shield, and in my opinion, a much bigger one than the difference between Bandos and Torva. The Osmumten's Fang seems like a much stronger version of the rapier, although its mechanic will lower its max hits by quite a bit. If you want to learn more about how it will work, you can check out my video analyzing all of the rewards coming up. In short, wherever a rapier is useful, this will also be a nice upgrade, and I would say you can buy it anywhere after the Twisted Bow, and if you have the money for it. And finally, as of right now, it sounds like the Heka of Tumikon won't be particularly useful outside of the raid itself, but we'll just have to wait and see. Its special mechanics, according to what spellbook you're using, sound way too niche for it to be useful in things like Casual Slayer, PVMing, and even the Theater of Blood, and to be quite honest, Chambers sounds like the only place where it could be useful because of the additional effects to monsters and your allies. I would put this one dead last for now, but again, it could be absolutely broken overall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it for this video. I really hope you enjoyed and that you learned something useful. If you made it this far, tell me what your favorite combat item is in old school RuneScape along with your username, and I will choose a random comment on Friday for you to win a bond. I will pin your comments and you can contact me on Discord with a screenshot for us to coordinate the drop. I want to give a massive thank you to all my new and existing channel members. You guys and girls are absolute legends. If you would like to support this channel monetarily, you can click the join button below to see all of the cool perks and rewards you can get for both my videos, my live streams, and of course the Discord. I will see you guys next week for a more personal video and one of my final storytime videos, where I will tell you how RuneScape changed my life, as it will have been my 10-year anniversary of making videos on YouTube. I hope you have a great week, and I will see you then. Peace.
Hello everyone, how you guys doing? Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful day. Today we are here with a video on the best route to build your account in old school RuneScape. Is this technically the best? I don't know. There's, billions upon billions of permutations of different ways you could build your account, so there is no way that I can tell you for certain that this is the best. However, this has been my favorite and a route that I've just enjoyed greatly, and it's progressed me very, very well. These are currently my stats, so I mean, we're kind of up there, but that won't be going through all of this. This will only be going basically through the first 20 episodes of my progression series called Free to Play to Max. There'll be a link to that down below if you want to check that out, but this is basically summarizing the first 20 episodes and kind of giving my rationale as towards what I did. As far as the fundamentals towards how I built this account and how I think most people should focus their accounts, there's really four main things. The first one is questing. Questing unlocks a lot of different content and content that you will have to unlock at some point, so the earlier you quest, the better off you are. In addition to that, skilling is going to be important. I mean, skills are ultimately what builds your account, and no matter at what point you lose money, maybe you get hacked, maybe you get scammed, no one can ever take your skills away from you. And early on, the higher that you can get your skills, the better, because a lot of the good money-making and XP methods are going to lie in the higher range of skills. In addition to that, you're going to want to find your moneymakers. You're going to want to just get some moneymakers that you enjoy and end up being pretty good GP an hour for what you can do at your level. And then finally, you do have to spend cash to make cash. Now, I only recommend spending cash when you know you have to. Don't get upgrades early, like don't buy a ton of prayer upgrades if you're not going to be using prayer. Same for construction. Don't build your house if you're not going to end up having money for gear to actually be able to use your house for the PVMing type activities you want to. So that's the basis of how I built this account. Let's go ahead and break it down episode by episode. I'll basically be going through what I did in each one. I'll put the quest completed for each episode along with the moneymakers that I primarily use and the stats that I ended up with by the ends of those episodes. So kind of gives you a good idea as far as how I chunked everything off and, in what order I did those things. So let's go ahead and get on into the first episode. Now, episodes 1 through 4 are in free-to-play. There are some decent things to do in free-to-play, but honestly, if you don't mind buying membership, it is beneficial because you'll unlock things like stamina potions and better moneymakers that will allow you to progress through the early game quicker. I was trying to show people how to make money for a bond, so that's why I kind of stayed there maybe a little longer, but at the end of the day, everything I did in free-to-play was moderately efficient in the sense that it's probably how I was going to have to train in the quest I was going to have to do anyways, so it's not that big of a deal, really just up to you. I'm not going to read through all the quests, I'll just kind of tell you the gist of what I was going for. These are just some early quests that you can do in the game without really any requirements, and they're very quick. As far as my moneymakers, I was killing cows for cowhide and chopping oak logs, which was okay. There's really not a lot of great money-making methods in free-to-play, especially at low levels, so that ended up working out for me. And then skill-wise, I got 20s in combat, got my magic up a little bit, and woodcutting as well. So going into episode 2, I didn't do any quests this time. I was kind of focusing on money most of the time in free-to-play because I just wanted to get out of it. So I ended up buying a lot of arrows from shops. That's not as good now. It used to be really good, but the meta for what you can buy in free-to-play shops is ever-changing, so you're just going to want to try and test out a few things depending on the time that you watch this video. And even then, I mean, you could get your magic up a little higher and go for some better moneymakers if you don't find anything you like in a shop. As far as the stats, I got a decent amount of magic up this episode, along with fishing and crafting. Moving on to episode 3, I did a lot of quests this episode, mostly just the easy-to-do free-to-play quests that I didn't think I was wasting too much time doing in free-to-play. My moneymakers included, again, arrows from shops, telegrabbing, Zami wines, and law runes in the wilderness. Honestly, are probably the two best moneymakers in free-to-play, other than maybe ogresses, but those are kind of higher levels, so as far as what you can access at a low level, Zami wines and law runes are really, really good, and what I would recommend you grind for a bond with if you are going to do that. And as far as the stats, I got my magic up a lot more and focused on my woodcutting a bit, which was pretty nice. Then episode 4 was really just the grind to get out of free-to-play. Did a few quests that I didn't think took up too much of my time, and as far as the moneymaker, I just ended up grinding Zami wines as much as I could, because in my opinion, that was the best way to get out. And for the stats, I got my range up to 30, smithing up to 29, and cooking to 40, just some decent gains quests there. And then episode 5 was the episode I actually got out of free-to-play. So I did do a lot more wines, but really it was kind of the meeting point between free-to-play and pay-to-play. So did a decent amount of woodcutting and fire making too, and got my melees up just a little bit more before leaving free-to-play. If you're not into Zammy wines or something along those lines, you could always do like fishing or woodcutting, but that's going to be a lot slower. But it will kind of be a skill that you could get up, and it won't be too burdensome. And moving into episode 6, we'll kind of get into doing a lot more quests as I get into pay to play. I should have mentioned this a little sooner, but as far as the progression order, it is from bottom to top in terms of what quest I did. It really doesn't matter too much with the free to play quest, but eventually in the members line of quests, you'll have to do some before others, so make note of that. Really just a couple free to play quests and a couple easy members quests, so it was pretty nice. And then in terms of money makers, I did lava dragons and bracelets of ether. Lava dragons are a risky and not great money maker, but you can get your magic up there and make passive money on the side. And bracelets of ether is a method of charging every bracelet of ether with one piece of ether and then high alching them. It is a really good money making method for low levels. However, it is a bit click intensive, but I think the trade-off is more than worth it. I'm not someone that ever likes to play the game insanely click intensive, but I did do that method for a lot of my early game money making. Then as far as stats, I got 64 fletching and 60 mage were the two that I really boosted in that episode. And then in episode number 7, did a few more quests, nothing too crazy there. In terms of the money makers, I added burning amulets to the money making methods that I was doing. Honestly, really enjoyed that, so I'd recommend if you want more of a skilling money maker to go for that. Just making them from scratch and charging them is pretty good stuff. And then I also added death runes to the shops that I was kind of going to, but the death rune shop is now not good. Like I was saying earlier, the metas for shop buying always change. Not something that's going to be as applicable now, but there are definitely other shops in pay to play that you can still do. And honestly, I mean, you know, you could probably just replace this method with high alchemy more bracelets of ether, which would in theory actually help your account more than buying stuff from a shop anyways. And then this is the first episode where I really spent a little bit of money on skills, and that was with herb lore. Got that up a decent bit. Herb lore is always going to be something that's going to cost me a decent bit. In addition to that, got my crafting up to 51 as well, which was pretty notable, and got on that agility grind. Then after that, this is where I really kicked off in, in questing as far as pay to play goes. There's just a lot of quests there, so you can read through them from bottom to top of column 1, then bottom to top of column 2, and then 3. That's the progression of it. The very first thing I have listed is the Varrock Museum. That's not really a quest, but it is something, if you do it, it'll get you up to 9 Hunter and 9 Slayer pretty quickly, just for completing it. And early level Hunter is awful, so I would definitely recommend that. And then in this episode, I ended up getting my agility, herb lore, and prayer up a decent bit, so spent some money there. But again, nothing too much. You don't spend too much money on buyables at this point. And then on to episode number 9. For this one, I did a couple quests that are notable, Dragon Slayer and Heroes quest, kind of OG quests, but nothing too crazy that I'm getting unlocked there, just stuff for the future. Continue to do Bracelets of Ether because I was really enjoying them, and getting my magic up was important to me. And as far as the stats, I got 40 agility, 48 mining, and 55 cooking were kind of the notable upgrades for this episode. Then at the halfway point, number 10, as far as the quests, I didn't do any this episode. Really, there's kind of a trend here that I either do a lot or very little, and I mean that's kind of the way I like to quest, honestly. I either bulk quest or I don't really quest too much. As far as the money makers, this is when I added Slayer to my money making methods. I honestly do promote people to go and try Wildy Slayer. I know it's a bit terrifying if you're a low level, you know, you're scared to go out there, but I have made a video on how to kind of escape the wilderness and escape PKers, so if you want to check that out, feel free. I mean, honestly, it all just comes with time and practice and just getting used to it. As long as you're not carrying too much of a risk on you, it's not a bad thing if you die. No one cares, you know. It can be scary for some, but if you're not risking much, it shouldn't be. And then in addition to that, I started charging glories and rings of wealth. This was a better money-making method at the time, but it's still good, and you still have that shot at an eternal glory. So as far as my stats, I ended up getting up to 60 attack and strength and 40 slayer, and this is where I really do promote Wildy Slayer as well, because you can get the Vigorous Chain Mace, which is a boosted form of the Dragon Scimitar that if you use it in the wilderness has a 50% bonus to it. So it is much better, and that's kind of why I like Wilderness Slayers, because of those weapons if you can start to afford them, and they're pretty cheap now compared to what they were then. Now on to episode 11. This had some more useful quests, really what I was going for here. Wanted to get my Ava's accumulator with animal magnetism, then the Wanted and Slug Menace quest line unlocks you prayer gear, so I got some of that in the form of initiate. And then Horror from the Deep unlocks you some god books that are good for Wilderness Slayer because they're cheap and they can upgrade your stats and give you prayer bonus as well. The moneymaker here stayed the same with Wilderness Slayer, which is kind of why I did those quests. And then as far as my stats, I really focused on my melees and my Slayer as well, and ended up getting up my Hunter a decent bit. And the only real money I was spending at this point is I finally started to add cannons to my task, just to kind of speed them up, and because I had enough money that cannonballs weren't going to break the bank. On to episode 12, here I started to work on range a decent bit. Couple quests sprinkled in there as well, nothing too notable unlocked there, just kind of things you're going to have to do eventually. As far as the money makers, I had Wilderness Slayer, ranging green dragons, and crystal keys. I did a little bit of the crystal keys just to try to test them. Sometimes they're good. They're not anything too spectacular though, and they're not really progressing your count at the same time, which is why I opted more for the Wilderness Slayer and the ranging of green dragons, both of those getting up my range while also making me some money. And also to note, back then Wilderness Slayer only had emblems. It didn't have keys and all the weird stuff it does now, so it's probably a little better now compared to what it used to be. But yeah, I definitely did enjoy my time out there. Then much the same in episode 13, just kind of still progressing my range. I also did end up going for a Dragon Defender in this episode, so that's something I would really recommend you get once you can get into the Warriors Guild. It is going to be very useful for your account. And I kept the moneymakers really the same, just, you know, condensed them down to solely Wilderness Slayer and Green Dragons. And again, I was using a cannon for Wilderness Slayer and Green Drags to speed up how much money I was making and the XP that I was getting. Then next in episode 14, we had some pretty big unlocks. I ended up doing Monkey Madness because I was going to, you know, want the Dragon Scimitar for whenever I wasn't in the wilderness, and that was unlocked through that quest. Also did Creature Frankenstrain and Elemental Workshops 1 and 2. The moneymakers stayed much the same with Wilderness Slayer. I mean, I'm someone that just, I feel like you're going to have to go through those low to med levels of Slayer, and the best way to do it without getting tasks you absolutely hate is with Wilderness Slayer, and you'll make money at the same time. Do prefer it to Konar for the most part, and honestly, the points that you get from Wilderness Slayer are going to help your account later as well, so just really, really nice stuff. I ended up in this episode getting my prayer up to 66, so a decent amount of money spent there, and also got 47 agility. Then next in episode 15, we continued to work on just kind of the same stuff I was doing before. This is kind of like a little, I mean, you could call it a rut, but it is what you got to do. At some point of your account, you have to kind of grind certain skills, and Slayer is definitely a skill you have to grind. It's not quick. So this time around, I didn't do any quests. I kept my money makers again to Wilderness Slayer and Green Drags, and pushed my range up to 75, along with my Herblore to 62 and my Prayer to 70. So spent a little bit of money on Herblore and Prayer, but I mean, with how much money I'm making with Wilderness Slayer and Green Drags and Bracelets of Ether and all that stuff that's accumulated up until this point, it's not really going to break the bank. Now, I did get 70 prayer this episode, and I'm not sure if I would recommend that. You really should get 70 prayer once you think you're going to use piety a lot, and I was not using piety a lot at this point, so I would probably wait until maybe the end of episode 20, basically the end of this video. Just push it back a decent bit, but if you feel like you're going to use it a lot, then go ahead. And then next with episode 16, did a decent bit of quests here, kind of more along the Mauritania quest line. Yeah, just some overall good quests to complete here, in my opinion. As far as the moneymakers for this episode, I was doing a lot more skilling and questing, so I decided to ramp up my flipping. Honestly, flipping is something I recommend people do most of the time on their account if they understand how to do it, because it's just passive money you can make. But during this episode, when I wasn't doing any form of a moneymaker, I felt almost obligated to do a decent bit of flipping, so I made a little bit of money that way. As far as the notable skills, I got my smithing up to 56 and 62 cooking as well. Started doing gold bars for smithing because those are very, very quick, so started spending a little bit of money on that skill. Then next we have episode 17, where I actually got a couple untradeable unlocks that are not noted here, but a Slayer helm and a fire cape. The fire cape's more whenever you can do it. Personally, I recommend people to have 75 range and 70 defense. If it's your first time going, those two stats are going to help you out a lot in terms of gear. But if you know what you're doing, you don't need that by any means. I mean, again, Jad's been completed by a level 3, so Slayer helm was pretty helpful. And in terms of the quest, I didn't do any again. Moneymakers, I actually moved to Konar Slayer now because at the time it was relatively new and I just kind of wanted to test it out. And until this point that I've done, I also ended up doing revs for this episode because my range was finally getting high enough to where I felt comfortable doing that. Really recommend revs once you can start to get your range up, and that's kind of a constant of what's been happening on this account. I really started to focus range at this point because I think it's the best combat skill because it's just so useful at a lot of different money making areas, and it's only one stat you have to train instead of like melee, you have to train attack and strength. With range, it's just one, and range is more beneficial than mage in most scenarios. So started to push my range here, and also got my cooking and farming up a good bit in this episode. Then episode 19 is where I really started to ramp up my range. I didn't do any quests, I just did Venenatus and Revs for money, which is really where the meta moneymakers start to kind of come in. I mean, it's not meta for high level players, but as far as like a med level player is concerned, Venenatus and Revs with a decent range level is exactly where you want to be, in my opinion. And yeah, I was just farming money at this point and really starting to build my bank up. And then episode 20, kind of finishing it off, was doing a lot of the same. Didn't do any quests. Continued to do Wildy Slayer, Venenatus, and some flipping as well. Didn't do as much Revs, but eventually I will get that back into the mix. I just honestly enjoyed Venenatus more than Revs at the kind of med range area. Once you get above 85 to 90 range, Revs is a lot better because you can start to take people's kills. You're not going to get every kill taken from you, but early on it is a bit difficult. And the main stat for this episode was up to 73 magic, but my range at this point was looking mighty fine as well. And so that's all the stuff that I did to get me up to episode 20 of my series, kind of where I feel like I broke out of the early game material. I hit 1400 total. I had about 30 mil in the bank. I had enough quest points where I felt pretty comfortable for going to Barrow's Gloves soon, and so I felt like my account was at a decent point at large, and hopefully that will be a good starting point for you guys. Obviously, you know, if you watch this video one time through and you don't remember all of it, that's fine. If you're building your account, I'd recommend just kind of go through this slowly and maybe take it step by step if you want to. If you ever need more of an explanation on what I'm doing, obviously that series that I'm talking about, Free to Play to Max, will be in the description down below, and you can watch that for the longer form of what I did. But as far as an overall summary, I mean, range is the most important combat skill in my opinion, so definitely recommend pushing that. Don't spend money until you have to. The main spots that I'm talking here are prayer and construction. A lot of people want to rush construction to get a nice looking house, but if you don't have like PVM gear, or you don't do PVM methods that need a house, then it's not that big of a deal. And you can always go to House Party World and use other people's houses while you're kind of at a lower bank value. So you have that option. In addition, some skills can wait. For instance, rune crafting, construction, and farming. Unless you're going to end up doing rune crafting for something profitable, I don't really see any use of it early on in the game. And construction and farming are two kind of money sinks that unless you're doing herb runs, then I would recommend farming a little bit, but I don't do herb runs personally because I'd rather just train my account during that time. And then finally, quests are the way to go. You're gonna have to do them eventually, so there's no point in really pushing them off other than, yeah, it might be a little lazy. And I get that. You know, I'm someone that my very first RuneScape account, I didn't get Barrow's Gloves till I was like 120 combat. So by no means am I roasting, I'm just saying. But yeah, that is going to be it for me today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, make sure to leave a like. Anything you want to tell me, let me know in a comment down below. And on top of that, if you want to see more videos like this as soon as they go live, make sure to subscribe. I'll also be streaming live on Twitch later tonight. If you want to check that out, feel free, link below. And with that said, hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, and see ya.
Okay, there's gonna be a guide on the frozen door, and the messenger will appear soon. There he is. Okay, we're gonna read the letter and then
Hey guys, and welcome to another RuneScape 2007 tip video. Today I'm going to show you how to get 1000 XP in 2 skills, Slayer and Hunter. A lot of you may have done this already, a lot of you may know it, but some people are just too lazy and don't realize how easy it is. It could take 5 to 10 minutes maybe, not hard at all, and you'll have a guide that goes with it. So to start this off, start in Barak, just use a Barak Telly, which requires, where can I find it, 25 magic. Go here. Go east, towards the east rock bank. Then go north at the first intersection, and shortly you'll see the museum. Head down the stairs, and you will talk to Orlando Smith. Now he will tell you, do some questions for me. Now I already talked to him, and really it's just saying sure thing. And then he'll say, okay, go do the questions. Now each spot has different questions for you, and it will have sort of a display box for that type of monster. So let's go here. And you need to do every single one of them. Some will have 2, some will have 4. So this one, for example, the leech display. You click on study plaque, and you'll get a question. You'll have to do 3 questions, I believe, and the guide will be in the description below, so go to that website. And just control find their name in the Wikipedia. I just paused and played, so I might have just repeated myself. But control find leeches or favorite habitat, and you'll come to the leech section. And you'll have to do 3 questions. I believe not all 6 that they give you are 7 questions, but you'll have a bunch of options. So this one to answer water, you'll say yes, that's right. You go to this one.
Hi, diddly ho there, RuneScape Cateers. Today I'm going to be doing the Frozen Door mini quest. Half a year ago, I was at the Grand Exchange looking at him now, and a mysterious stranger gave me this letter, which I then proceeded to throw into my bank until now. And that sure is a letter. Now I gotta go kill all the bosses in the God Wars dungeon. And that's how you complete this mini quest. And you get all the frozen key pieces. I actually already have Krees, but I'm gonna be killing him again for this video. Alright, since I already killed Kree once and got his key piece, I've decided to go kill Kree again first. So, just taking a dragon crossbow, you gotta have a grapple to get over to where he's at. And, I've got a few, god items on me to make things a little easier there. I'm gonna be meleeing some armadillo guys if they're on the ground. Don't know if they're on the ground though, so I might have to use the crossbow. So, we'll see. I'm gonna kill 40 of them. Don't feel like going to the wilderness to get numerical keys or however you say that. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm gonna get 40 kills of armadillo guys, and I'll see you guys in a minute. Probably an hour or so later. Alright, I got 40 kills. It's time to go in there and do this thing. Alright, fuck it, I'm out. Okay, got another 40 kills. The first attempt did not go well. Here goes nothing. Oh wait. Let me drink that. Now here we go. What the hell? Kitty, get off of my desk. What are you doing? Okay. I'm dying, kinda. But also there's a 40. Eat a shark. Drink some potion. Eat a lot of sharks. think I might need to bring Sarah Dolman here. Okay, basically, you kill him, and then if I didn't already have the key from him, I grab it real quick and teleport the hell out of here. Oh, come on, three on tree. One more hit should do it. And there we go. Now I'm gonna attack Mr. Fighter here. Rune arrows. Aw, kitty cat, you're so cute. Flopping around right there.
Hey guys, just a real quick video just to show how to get the key for the new next boss, which is coming on Jan 5th. So to get the keys, you need to get the key pieces from each of the God Wars generals, which I'm going to go and do now. And then once you've got those dropped,
Hello everyone, Chaos here, and welcome to another old school RuneScape video. Today, I will give you guys all the information you need to build the perfect POH for you. I've made a video like this before, but I didn't give a ton of information as to why it is efficient, so I think it is the perfect time to revamp this guide. Instead, I will rank all of the rooms from least to most efficient and show you what to build in each of them. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing with notifications on, drop a like, and join our wonderful Discord community to interact with me and our members. With a ton of great content coming to Old School RuneScape, you don't want to miss out on all the videos we'll be uploading in the upcoming months. Now, a house in Old School RuneScape can be either a small place for utility tools such as teleports, storage, and stat restoration, or a place to flex a max house or offer hosting services. I am only going to touch on the first type of POH because it will be more common for someone to use their house this way instead of hosting. I will divide all of the rooms in 3 categories. Social, which are pretty useless, situational, which have 1 or 2 good pieces of furniture but are not that important in the long run, and then the useful ones to make your adventures more efficient. After that, you can decide how to place each room in your POH. So let's look at the rooms which are pretty useless, again, unless you are aiming for the social aspect of a POH. The order of these doesn't really matter since they are as useful as Jagex customer support. First, we have the parlor. This is only needed at low levels for you to start the training, and it doesn't feature anything of use later down the road. The only use for it is maybe to get a nice picture of you and your friends sitting down in front of a fireplace, or if you're a content creator and you're about to transition into a sponsored segment. And speaking of sponsors, I want to give a massive thank you to this channel's first ever sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid is celebrating their 3rd anniversary as one of the top RPG games on the market. Thanks to their continued success, they keep adding amazing content and game modes every couple of months. Come with me and check out some of the most important additions we've had through the years. The Doom Tower is a 110 20-room dungeon with new and terrifying bosses to slay, bringing new and exciting challenges even for seasoned players. Being a high-level collection RPG, Raid keeps adding breathtaking champions to their game, and it really takes mobile gaming to the next level in terms of visuals. Last year, Raid added a new faction called the Shadowkin, which are a tribe of warriors from the Far East that were liberated from the reign of evil. And obviously we cannot forget about the newest and biggest addition the game has ever seen, the Hydra Clan boss. This is the most challenging monster in the land of Teleria, and each of its heads has a different strategy to destroy it. If you manage to beat it, you will get your hands on some of the most powerful items the game has ever seen. This is the best time to get started in Raid Shadow Legends, and if you're not playing yet, hit the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen right now to get a huge special birthday package worth $40. This will include 3 free champions and the 30 powerful brews which will boost your early game immensely. All this treasure will be waiting for you right here. And since it's Raid's birthday, the gifts just keep on coming. All new and existing players can get free birthday gifts worth the $25. Once in the game, after clicking the link, just enter the promo code 3YearsRaid to get your hands on all of these goodies. Once again, thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video, and let's continue. Up next we have the League's Hall. The most important part of this room are the trophies, which honestly you can just store by destroying them and then claim them from the League's reward shop. Other than that, every single piece of furniture here is 100% cosmetic, and if you're looking for efficiency, this room is not needed whatsoever. But Kels, you have one in your POH. Well, I need to flex my red pixelated trophy I got by playing a 2007 version of a 2001 point-and-click medieval fantasy game for children for 16 hours a day. So yes, I will display it proudly, but since you only got a mithril trophy, you can scrap this one. The following rooms are pretty useless, and instead of mentioning them one by one, let's speedrun through them to get to the juicy part of the video. The games room has a few games for you and your friends to do, but honestly they get boring after just 2 minutes. A garden is only useful until level 54 because at 55 you unlock a formal garden, which is much better. A throne room is only useful in leagues for points and for you to send the players to the dungeon as a punishment. And finally, an oubliette and a treasure room for dungeon activities if you ever host an event like that. Alright, so that was it about the least important rooms in the POH, and now we jump to rooms that are situational. And by that, I mean rooms that have a few interesting pieces of furniture, but are not life or death situation once you are level 99 construction and reach the late or the end game. From least to most important, in my personal opinion, first we have the skill hall. The only thing to note here is the trophy stand for you to mount things like a head you get from Slayer, and if you're not looking to flex your good luck because one of those drops, the only reason you need it is to complete the Elite Desert Diary and talk to the Calphite Queen head. Other than that, it's all decorative stuff to make it look pretty. Next we have the combat room. This is nice to set up a combat dummy for you to find out your max hit on either normal or Slayer monsters. It's nice to have, but you're not going to use it often, and you can just go to someone else's house for it. Pro tip, if you can use an ancient mace here with max melee stats, you are going to overheal prayer, which is super useful for activities like the Inferno. Then we have the study. This place has 3 important pieces of furniture, but again, if you're an unrestricted account in the late game, this doesn't become absolutely necessary. You can build a lectern to make teleport tabs, a telescope to hunt for shooting stars, and a bookshelf if you ever need to take any of the lore books you have encountered across your adventures. But hey, we're playing a video game, we don't have time to read. I mean, I know you all skip quest dialogue, so why even read a virtual book, right? The quest hall comes next, and this is a decent room before you get to an achievement gallery. You can mount either an Amulet of Glory or a mythical cape to the wall for unlimited teleports. If you have these items in your bank, this room becomes pretty useless, especially because you can just recharge your Amulet of Glory with a scroll. I personally have this room in my POH, but if I change it around, this is going to be the first room to go. A chapel is only useful to build an altar and obviously a gilded one. If you're an Ironman, this room becomes mandatory until level 99 prayer if you're using that method, but as an unrestricted account which can go to other people's houses to use the altar, this one is really only needed if you want to quickly recharge your prayer and you don't have a pool of restoration. The upcoming 4 rooms all have to do with construction training, so once you have either reached your goal or achieved level 99, all of these become quite irrelevant. Before then, I would say they are pretty much mandatory, starting with a kitchen. If you build the highest level kitchen shelves, your servant will be able to bring you tea to visibly boost your construction level by 3, which stacks with a crystal saw for a +6 construction level. Next we have a dining room, and this is useful for 2 things. If you want to dump a ton of money into construction, you can build mahogany tables and also build a bell to call your servant whenever you need it, instead of chasing it around your house asking to bring items from your bank. I'm guilty of the sin, as I never had a bell in my house, so please do this if you can. Then we have the bedroom, and for you to have a servant, you will need 2 of these with 1 bed each. I mean, where else do you want your servant to sleep? Anyway, this is also super useful because you can build a servant's money bag, and whenever they need payment, they will take the money out of the bag instead of you having to carry the cash with you. Other than these 2 items, all furniture here is purely cosmetic. And finally, one of the most important rooms for construction training if you don't want to spend a ton of money, we have the dungeon. I got 99 construction through oak dungeon doors, and you can do the same in this room once you reach level 75 construction. As a small tip, if you're tight on money and you want the 99, you can also go for mythical cape racks instead. Next we have a portal room, and this is only useful if you cannot build a portal nexus, which is available at level 72. You can build up to 3 portals, which grant you unlimited teleports to one specific location, and if you remember back in the day, houses were plagued with these rooms for the convenience of not having to spend on the rooms anymore. After a portal nexus room though, this one becomes very obsolete. And finally, what I would consider the most useful room in this category, we have the workshop. Not only can you make useful things in the crafting table, have unlimited amount of crafting and farming tools, stands to make heraldic armor, but most importantly you can build a repair stand to repair damaged armor yourself with a big discount depending on your smithing level. So instead of going to Bob every time, you can come here and repair Barrow's armor for as long as you have it. And now, time for the rooms that will make your POH an absolute headquarters worthy of legends. 2 of these rooms are not absolutely mandatory, but the convenience of having them to save bank space makes them absolutely worth it. First, we have the menagerie. Not only is this a great room because you don't need to have your pets in the bank, but every time you come here you can see all of the poor creatures you stole away from their parents, as well as your scaling pets. The most important part of this room is the menagerie in the middle, and everything else is just cosmetic. If you're watching at this point, let me know what your favorite pet is in the comments below. Next we have a formal garden, and this is mandatory for the entry portal in the middle. You can also set your trick-or-treat pumpkin in the corners of the room for you not to get stuck behind your pool of restoration, and everything else is purely cosmetic, and you can also decorate this room with flowers if you want. Now we look at the costume room, and if you're an ultimate Ironman, this becomes a #1 priority on the list. But if you're not a masochist, this room is still going to save you an obscene amount of bank space because all of the things you can store in here. Skilling outfits, quest outfits, treasure trail items, holiday items, and all of your capes, just to name a few. A superior garden follows, and I would say you need 2 of these in your house. One for the spirit tree and fairy ring combination, and the other one for a wilderness obelisk. If you don't have the level for a spirit tree fairy ring combination though, you may need 3 rooms, or even just the 2 by scrapping the obelisk altogether. This room also has restoration pools, which are an absolutely insane upgrade for your account regardless of level. So build these as soon as you have the level for them. Next we have an achievement gallery, and here you can build an altar to change your spellbook whenever you want. But most importantly, a jewelry box which grants unlimited teleports to their respective piece of jewelry. You can upgrade from a basic one with just rings of dueling and games necklaces, up to the highest one to have 6 types of jewelry in there. Also not 100% needed, but nice to have, we have an adventure log space and also a boss layer space for you to put your boss jars and switch their appearance. And finally, in my very personal opinion, the most useful room in the entire house, a portal nexus room. Sure, some other rooms may be better in terms of utility, but the fact that you can have unlimited teleports to 30 locations with a nexus, as well as unlimited Jarik's amulet and big side pendant teleports, makes this room an absolute must for any player, even if you can only build the base portal nexus. To close out the video, fellas, here is my POH for you to either copy or to draw some inspiration from and adapt to your needs. From top left to bottom right, we have the following: an achievement gallery with an occult altar and an ornate jewelry box, a portal nexus with, well, the highest tier of portal nexus, along with a Jarik's talisman and a dig site pendant, and finally a quest hall with my mythical cape. On the next row, we have a superior garden with a spirit tree and fairy ring combination, as well as an ornate pool of rejuvenation, a formal garden for my entry portal and my magical pumpkin, and finally my custom room with all of the furniture I mentioned before. On the final row, we have another superior garden with a wilderness obelisk, a menagerie for all my little pets to run around, and finally my league hall to display how much of a loser I am. Now, 2 things to note here. Number 1, I would consider these 4 rooms to be the absolute core of a POH in OSRS for stat restoration and the teleports. The custom room and menagerie are there to just help out with storage, and the quest hall, the second superior garden, and the league hall are just there to make the house a 3x3 square, and not at all mandatory for efficiency. Second, here are my Portal Nexus teleports in case you want to copy them. This is comfortable for me personally because I have teleports such as Lumbridge set to L, Falador set to F, Catherby set to C, and so on and so forth. Find the perfect setup of teleports for you to remember where they are located to quickly press a key and teleport to your destination without even looking at the list. And that's pretty much it. All the information you need in order to turn your POH into a superhero lair. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video and that you learned something useful. I want to give a massive thank you to all my channel members for joining this amazing project. I always say this and I always mean it by heart, your guys' support is absolutely unbelievable. If you would like to support this channel further, you can click the join button below to see what type of perks you can get out of your monetary pledge on the videos, on the live streams, and also on the Discord. Thank you very much for watching, and this time for sure in the next video, we will look at an absolute monster of a video in the form of an ultimate gearing guide progression for all combat styles. Have a great week, and I will see you then. Peace.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new video. Today we're back on the main account again. Really had a lot of fun making that last video where we got 99 cooking through the bake pie spell. I ended up getting a ton of total experience. We finally got our second 99 and we are well on our way to getting 99 magic, ranged, and well, hit points kind of. Now after finishing the cooking grind, I didn't have very much money left over. Shortly here I will be getting a cash infusion from my flipping account. But still, that doesn't really leave me with a ton of money to exactly max a buyable skill that's going to be very expensive. So initially I was thinking, well, maybe I should just go ahead and max fire making. It'll be pretty quick, fairly inexpensive. So I kind of started working on that, but then I kind of paused and thought, fire making is pretty much the most useless skill out there. You don't really get anything for leveling it up, so getting 99 fire making, you might as well do it later on because it doesn't really provide your account with many benefits. So instead of that, I decided I would go with construction because my house is complete shit right now. It doesn't do anything. While I do have 70 construction, it's just I really haven't invested any money or any time into having a nice house. Now the goal for today is to get a max POH. Now, I'm not going to get 99 construction, I don't have the money for it yet, but I should have enough money to get to around level 83 or 84, which at that point I can get a boost and pretty much max out my house. In the background here, I'm going to show you an image on kind of how I want it to look. I want to go for kind of a minimalistic look. I don't really like the cluttered houses because I don't really want to use it for anything other than functionality. So mainly today is going to be a construction grind, although I do have a few other requirements I need to get out of the way. A couple quests, a couple achievement diaries, stuff like that. Anyway guys, I hope you enjoy, and let's get started. Now to level up construction, I'm going to be doing it with the quickest method possible, or I should say the quickest reasonable method possible. We're going to be doing mahogany tables, which currently has a cost of around 15 GP per XP, so it's a little under twice as expensive as using oak planks, but the XP rates are going to be quite a bit quicker. With mahogany tables, you can get upwards of 900k an hour, but I don't even know. I've tried, but I've not quite gotten that experience rate yet. Obviously, we need to practice quite a bit more. Now, the reason I'm going with mahogany planks is, one, the whole point of this is to try to do methods that are the quickest possible, because we'll have a lot of money to do it with. And two, I have tendinitis, so I can't really afford to do more construction than is absolutely necessary. So I'm going to need 13,680 mahogany planks, which is going to have a cost of about 30 million GP, which will leave me with about 10 mil left over for the butler cost and a few other things. Here's our very first construction level, 71 construction. We started at 70. There is level 72 construction. Clearly the way I'm doing this right now is not the most efficient. Even after doing this for like 8 minutes straight, XP rates are only around 650k right now. Obviously, still not very well practiced with this. Okay, kind of realized that I will need to grow another cat because apparently I let my other one die. I don't even remember how that happened. But yeah, we're going to go buy some of these karambwanis, which is a stackable food source that I can give to my kitten. The plan currently is to stew boost once I get 83. I haven't really done much stew boosting. I've heard it's awful, so there's a chance I may just say fuck it and go and get a few more construction levels. Okay, well there we go. We're up to 700 KXP per hour, which is better. Still 200k shy of what apparently the EHP rate is. I think I probably am not doing the correct strategy. Right now I'm only building 2 tables in between when my butler leaves and comes back, because there's actually a few seconds of downtime almost. Okay, still hovering around the 700k mark, but we are all the way up to level 74 construction. And there is level 75 construction, level 76. Okay, that was a fairly inefficient couple of minutes, but there we go. There's 77 construction. Okay, well that is a bit better. We're up to 780k an hour. We didn't actually change anything. I just, well, I guess I just really didn't miss any ticks. There is 79 construction. There is level 80 construction. Alright guys, I kind of figured it out. We're at around 850k an hour, so there's still a little room for improvement, but what you have to do is you need to send your butler away when you've built one of the tables. And while he's gone, you need to really just hustle to make 3 tables by the time he gets back. Most of the time you won't be able to remove that final table, but if you get it done in time, the planks will enter your inventory and you're not going to be losing any ticks. Also, if anyone's wondering, I have that green marker at the bottom because if you put your mouse down there, you can right click, left click immediately to build a table, which saves you a lot of clicking. And there we go, there's level 81 construction, just 2 more levels to go. There is level 82 construction, 1 more level to go until we can pretty much get our +5 boost and build mostly everything we want. Okay, that final level was brutal. My arms are actually really tired. Even doing this for like half an hour is a struggle. Going for 99 construction is going to be difficult. I'm honestly going to have to do it in probably like 20 or 30 minute increments at best. Okay, but we are done. That is going to be it for now. 83 construction, which means with a +5 boost from the stew and a +3 boost from the crystal saw, that will get us to 91 construction, which is enough to make the ornate jewelry box, the ornate pool, the occult altar. But yeah, look at this house. Oh my god, it's a piece of crap. We really need to fix this thing up. Now we're just kind of waiting for our cat to grow here, and I decided I would do a bit of fishing. Now I am 1 skill off having base 60s. I know that's really sad. But the last one is rune crafting, so you know what, it's kind of understandable. I have a fresh kitten, so it's going to be about 3 more hours of AFKing. Okay, so we are demolishing our previous house. We don't really want to keep much in here. Right now the layout is fucked. I don't know how I picked this. I think I just slowly moved things around in my house as I needed them. So most of these buildings are going to be destroyed. A few of them are going to be moved. My dear old portal room, the only useful thing with this house, is now going to be destroyed as well, to make room for the new Nexus. Okay, so there we go. Here's our kind of our basic layout. There's still 1 more building we need to make, but we for the most part replicated the basic layout of all of the more useful buildings. We're going to have our occult altar on the left, the portal nexus on the right, and we're going to have the spirit tree / fairy ring to the north, and we're going to have the obelisk to the northeast once we go ahead and make that. Okay, here's our very first construction on the account. We have the portal nexus. Now I would like to get the maxed level nexus, but unfortunately I need 92 construction, which is going to require a few more construction levels. With this tier of the Nexus, I'll have 8 teleports, which granted should be enough, although in hindsight I wouldn't put in the basic teleports, as you can pretty easily get that with just a rune pouch. However, with that said, I'm probably going to be adding in the final tier of the Nexus, which means I'll be able to have all of the teleports in here. Alright, next up here we're going to work on our pool space. We're going to get a resurrection pool right now. And there we go, we've upgraded it to the final tier of pool. Unfortunately, we still need to get a boost to get the ornate one, but we're most of the way there. Alright, so we have another cash infusion from my flipping account, and once again it's going to be around 20 mil. I will gladly take that because I'm almost out of money already. Alright, there we go, we have a fully grown cat. We can now get spicy stews. Now, I've heard it is pretty bad without having a wily cat. I'm going to give it a try, see if I can get lucky. Otherwise, I might just get the construction levels because that'll probably be quicker than getting the cat. My god, we have to buy a Pharaoh Scepter. That's so expensive. That's like 7 mil just for that. Oh, this is so exciting. We can build the Ancient Altar, which means we can finally venerate and change our spellbook. Currently just to the Ancient Spellbook. And one thing I kind of forgot is I have no Arceus favor, which means I need to go get 100% favor before I can build the occult altar. Oh man, this is pretty bad, guys. With the regular cat, you have to heal it like every other hit. I'm gonna give this a shot, but I already hate it, and I've only been doing it for like 10 minutes, so I don't really know if this is gonna be viable for me. Okay, one other requirement that I totally overlooked is that you need to complete Fairy Tales Part 2, actually complete the quest, so that you can get the fairy enchantment or something. It's a requirement to build a fairy ring in your house, so we went ahead and finished the quest, and there we go, that's some free rune crafting experience. I'll be taking that. We can get the fairy enchantment, that is it, and now we can go ahead and build a fairy ring in our house, although we do need to get the boost, and we can't use a crystal soft for it, unfortunately. Well, I've totally given up on the spicy stews, but luckily in your house you can get a +3 boost from a POHT, which will be enough to make the spirit tree, which is arguably probably one of the most useful things to put in your POH. Having a teleport that is that close to a fairy ring is useful for so many different things, so I'm really excited to have it. So like I said, I've given up on the spicy stews, which means I need to get 2 more construction levels, which is going to cost me about 10 more mil. And we don't really have much money to spare here. That's pretty much what I have left in the bank, so it's going to be a little tight affording everything, but I think we'll be able to do it. Look at that, guys. Now that was a good hour. We pretty much got 900k the entire time, and that was for, sorry, that was for 15 minutes. Like I could actually do construction for a full hour. But there we go, there's 84 construction. I will need to get 1 more level to do everything I want without the spicy stews, but overall, it's just going to be better. I'm going to have more construction experience, and I'm not going to hate my life so badly. Okay, with that construction level, though, we can get the ornate rejuvenation pool, which is very useful because it restores HP, prayer, special attack, I think, run energy, pretty much everything. So we finally have that. That is another really important thing to have in your house. Now, to get the occult altar, I do need 100% Arceus favor. Luckily, it's one of the easiest ones to do. And also, I'm pretty sure I haven't found the teleportation scroll yet, which is pretty funny. Speaking of that, there we go. We can now teleport to Kourend, which is really useful because getting to the catacombs right now is a bit of a chore. I don't really have a teleport that is close by. Okay, there we go, guys. That only took about half an hour to get 100% favor, which is really good. With the Runelight plugin, it's a breeze. We can now use the Arceus spellbook, as well as we can now finally get our occult altar. Okay, so this thing is probably one of the most expensive things that you reasonably build in your house. The occult altar, there we go. That thing costs about 15 mil in total or something like that. I don't know, it's pretty pricey, but extremely useful. We can now change our spellbook to Luna's, Arceus, the ancient spellbook with ease without having to go to anywhere else except for our own POH. One other thing I'm going to build here is the obelisk, and I don't really foresee myself using this much, but I just want to have a perfect house in my eyes. Oh my god, it is done. We are level 85 construction. You can see by my experience rate, we were not doing this very efficiently. But there we go, we can now get a +6 boost, and that will be enough to get us our ornate jewelry box, which is the last thing we need to build. There we go, guys. We have built our entire house, so we're going to remove a couple of buildings, but there we go. My dream is completed, and I'm pretty happy with the result. So there's actually one last thing I kind of forgot about, and that is to do with the wilderness obelisk. Now, you can actually choose what location to go to, which kind of makes it almost useless, not entirely. But to have access to being able to choose, you need to do the wilderness hard diaries, which actually pretty much have the requirements for, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, we finished the easy diaries pretty easily. We didn't have too much trouble there, and pretty much all of the lamps are going to be going on to rune crafting. Thank you very much. And here it is, guys. This is going to be base 60s. I know, don't say anything. Okay, so one requirement that I didn't realize I would need is a quest between a rock, which we just went ahead and completed. We need it for the medium wilderness diary. Oh, this is a bad idea. This is not a good decision. I decided to run in here without any god protection because I was really poor. Hopefully I can get out here in time. Oh my god. So we needed between a rock and a hard place to create the golden helmet, which is another diary requirement, but that is it. We're done with the medium diaries now. That's going to be another 7,500 rune crafting experience. Thank you very much. One of the requirements for the hard diaries is to make an adamant scimitar, so we just went ahead and got 2 smithing levels. So with a dwarven stout matured, we're able to get a +2 boost from 73, which allows us to make the adamant scimitar. That's actually the very first time I've been happy to get PK'd. I actually needed to use a god spell on someone. That is it, guys. There we go. We finished off the hard wilderness diaries. The requirements for that are actually pretty low. I was very surprised. The highest requirement I think was 75 smithing, which really isn't that bad. Okay, we're gonna check this into rune crafting, but the main reward here is that we can now select what destination to go to with the wilderness obelisk in our POH specifically. So yeah, now we can go ahead and right click on the obelisk and set our destination. We can select level 19 wilderness, and when we activate it, we go completely somewhere else. What the hell? Okay, I figured it out, guys. You have to right click and hit teleport to destination instead. So here is our finalized house. We have 6 rooms. There are a few improvements I want to make eventually, but for all intents and purposes, we have a max POH as far as functionality goes. Things I could improve is, for one, this is meant to be a costume room. I didn't get around to making it yet, but it's really just kind of extra storage, and my bank isn't really that full yet anyway. I'm going to upgrade my portal nexus to the 3rd tier, and eventually at level 95 construction, I can get a spirit tree here as well, but definitely not a huge rush on that. And finally here, I wanted to have a look at the total cost of doing this, as well as how long you could expect it to take if you use mahogany planks. Now the largest and the most major cost is of course the construction levels, which from 70 to 85 construction with the mahogany planks costed about 38.5 mil. Now it would only be about 30 mil if you went to 83 construction, but as you know, I decided not to take that other route. The next largest cost was the occult altar, which costed me actually about 12.5 mil just for that one. A very expensive upgrade, but again, very useful. Next up here, the portal nexus was around 6 mil, including the teleports that I put in it. If you're really on a budget, you could keep to the portal chamber and not really lose too much time or efficiency. The ornate rejuvenation pool is around 2.5 mil, and the ornate jewelry box was just about 750k. So including the butler cost, it cost me about 16 mil to go from 70 to 85 construction and pretty much max my POH. And the time it took me to do this was pretty low, honestly. The construction levels only took me about 3.5 hours to 4 hours to do. On average, I was probably getting 700k an hour. Yes, that's not EHP, but just the reality of it is it's just really not possible to do a high click intensive method for that long, at least for me. However, the entire process took me about 9 or 10 hours because I had quite a few other requirements to do, like getting Arceus favor, completing a few quests, completing the diaries, altogether maybe 9 to 10 hours. So time-wise, a really good investment because this is going to save me a lot of time in the future, and it really only took me a full day to complete. Cost-wise, yes, it's pretty expensive, but still, I think it's worth it. Anyway, guys, that is going to be it for today's video. I hope you did enjoy. Leave a comment down below what you think I should go for next. I'm hoping to max with my combat skills next, either magic or ranged. Probably going to be chinning on defensive mode, but if you have any other suggestions, let me know down below. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to a brand new video. Today we're back on the main account, and I'm happy to say we made a ton of progress over the last 2 weeks. We're definitely taking advantage of our new maxed POH, which I'm really happy I got that done with. Like, it's been invaluable already. Now my next goal is going to be 99 ranged, and I'm going to be doing that with Chinchampas. And to make things a bit more interesting and definitely a little bit more expensive, we're going to be training on defensive long range mode, which means maxing out our range is going to give us a significant amount of defense experience, which is greatly needed because my defense is very low right now. So going forward, I knew I would need more money, but didn't really have much luck with any of the bosses. So one thing that I will definitely need for chinning is Void, and that is what I want to start off by obtaining. I never got Void for some reason because, you know what, I'm a complete casual, and once we get the Void ranging set, maybe I'll go ahead and get Elite Void because I'm actually pretty close on the requirements for that as well. Anyway, guys, I really hope you are enjoying my main progress series. If you are, I would really appreciate it if you left the video a like. Anyway, let's get started. Well, pest control is pretty damn easy. We already obtained our very first piece of Void. Let's go ahead and pick it up. I was kind of planning on going for the most expensive piece first, but you know what, I kind of bitched out at 200. Now, thankfully, Elite Void actually only requires an additional 400 points, which actually isn't too bad. Okay, what are we going to buy here? First up here, we can get the Void Ranger helmet. Let's go ahead and get that bad boy. There we go, our very first piece, only 3 more to go. Although the melee experience isn't really good here, I'm actually just about to get a attack level. There we go, there's level 85 attack, a nice clean level right there. Okay, I actually missed the recording, but there we go, we got our Void Knight top, which costed 250 points. Currently I'm getting around 150 points an hour, so it's only about a 6-hour grind. Alright, we have another Void piece coming in here. This is going to be the Void Knight robes, which is going to be our second to last piece. Now all we have left here is the Void Knight gloves, which will only take us around another hour. Well, this is going to be my final game. Honestly, not that bad. Pest control is extremely AFK. I mean, I was paying attention the whole time because I wanted to help out my team, but realistically you could, well, you could probably go AFK about halfway through. There we go, that is going to be the last piece of Void. Useful in so many different locations. I should have got it years ago because it's equivalent in some places to like 50 mil worth of gear and it only takes 6 hours to get. But regardless, we have it now. There we go, Void Range, which is going to be the best in slot armor for chitting. You can take it into raids, even Zulrah. It has a lot of uses, and now we finally have it. Alright, so I now have Void, which is the most important thing for chinning that I didn't already have. Well, beyond the chins themselves. So taking a glance at the best in slot gear on the wiki, honestly most of it is pretty cheap. Now the general principle here is you're trying to maximize your prayer bonus while also wearing Void and any percent damage boosting gear. So beyond Void, the Necklace of Anguish is going to be the next most important thing to have. And after that, it's all going to be prayer gear, which honestly, I won't be losing too much XP per hour if I don't have every single piece. Now chinning on defensive 299 ranged is going to cost me somewhere in the realm of 60 to 70 mil, including the price of the Anguish. So I think this is a perfect time to start working on the requirements for the Western Heart Diary, and maybe by the time I get all the money, I will have obtained Elite Void and truly have really the best gear possible. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get started on the Western Heart Diaries so I can go ahead and start working on Elite Void. And the only quest requirement I have left is Swan Song. I never got around to doing that quest. Luckily, I pretty much had all of the skill requirements. I just had to get a few fishing levels, and that was it. Is this a master level quest? I swear it said it was a master level, but that was probably the easiest thing I've ever done. I mean, I'm so prepared too because it's an instance, and I didn't want to lose my gear, but I also wanted to finish the boss fight, but it turned out to be like ridiculously easy. Alright, there we go. That is the quest requirement done. Actually, a lot of experience from that quest. 10,000 prayer experience is awesome. 15,000 magic. And 10,000 fishing experience, so a lot of experience overall. And there we go, Swan Song is completed. Okay, so we're starting off on the Western Provinces Easy Diary. Apparently I only really managed to do like 2 of the achievements by accident, which is surprising for how long this account has been around. Okay, never played a game of Gnome Ball before, but well, that's it. I guess I'm probably gonna never play it again. Okay, so now for one of the weirdly long requirements that is part of this diary, and that is catching chompies. Now in total I think we need to catch 300 or 400. It's quite a lot. However, it's definitely worth it to finish the diaries as you can, because by completing the medium and easy diary you're going to have a higher chance of 2 chompies spawning at once, which is really just going to speed up the entire process. Now we're doing this in the Castle Wars location, which apparently is the best for chompies per hour. Alright, we can now get our very first tier of chompy hat, and that is going to be the easy diaries completed. Alright, we continued on with the chompy hunting because I'm kind of enjoying it, and we're up to 146 chompy kills, which is going to be enough for the medium diary. So we're going to go ahead and complete that because once we're done with the medium, we get a higher chance of chompies. Alright, a couple of things I've left to do is make a fire with a teak log on Apatol. I have to lure this dummy into a pit trap. Sorry, buddy. Okay, we had to do Eagle Peak and take an eagle ride, which I have never done before. It's really inconvenient. I don't really know how this is a transportation method. And I think we just have one more thing to do now. And the last thing on our list was to complete a medium tier of the pest control game, which I've never done before either. But there we go. That is the medium Western Provinces Diary complete. That is going to be another 7,500 rune crafting experience. We should be getting another level pretty soon here. There it is, finally 300 chompy birds obtained. It took me about 2 hours, finally putting that void armor to use. I actually found this to be kind of therapeutic anyway. Okay, there we go, we got the final tier of the chompy hat, and that is going to be one of the harder diary requirements out of the way. Now, next up here we do have one of the only skill requirements left, and that is 72 thieving, which I truly loathe thieving. I'm currently only level 60, so I'm trying to find a thieving method that doesn't make me want to chop my arms off. Okay, so right now I am settling on the Sorcerer's Garden. It's actually a really good way to train thieving. Currently we're working on the Autumn Garden right now, which is probably not the best XP per hour, but once we get to 65, things are going to speed up very quickly. We're going to get about 140k thieving experience an hour, which at that level is actually quite good considering it's also extremely AFK because of a very specific method. Alright, here's my very first inventory of squirks. I guess that's how they're called. Okay, 11k. That's okay. I may actually blackjack to 65 because that's pretty bad. There was our very first thieving level. I did decide just to go ahead and blackjack. I can do it for short periods of time. Okay, I think we got another level coming in here. There's 62 thieving. Alright, we got a few more squirks here. There's 28,000 experience. Bringing us up to 63 thieving. Okay, finally here, this is going to be our last thieving level. These boots on the ground have been really good experience. But now that we're 65, we can finally move on to the summer garden, which is going to be pretty good XP per hour. You'll notice in the background that I am managing to do this with one click, and that's called the one click method here. I think I'm going to make a video explaining exactly how to do this, but suffice it to say that the experience rates are pretty good and it's extremely AFK. Definitely my favorite mid-level thieving method out there right now. And realistically, I think I'm going to be doing this all the way to 72. Okay, we got our very first inventory of summer squirks, giving us a 63,000 experience drop. That's really cool to see. That is another thieving level. Okay, there's another 66k XP drop, bringing us to 67 thieving. There's another XP drop, bringing us up to 70 thieving. And this is going to be the final inventory here. I think we have enough to get us to 72 thieving, which is going to be our goal. Perfect. So with that done, that is the last skill requirement out of the way. Definitely a much more tolerable way to actually train thieving. But that is it. We can now do the Western Hard Diaries. Okay, luckily I saved one extra summer squirk for this exact reason. It gives me a +3 boost, which allows me to thieve from a gnome. God knows why they have such a high thieving level requirement, but that was the whole point of that mini thieving grind. So I've been grinding pest control here the last couple of hours, and we now have 402 Void Knight points, which means we actually have enough for Elite Void now. We just have to go ahead and complete the diary, which I just have one last thing to do, and that involved growing a palm tree. There we go. That is going to be the Western Provinces Hard Diary completed, which means we can now get the Elite Void set. Honestly, that really was not that bad. 400 points at pest control and Western Hard Diaries, I think is totally worth it as a time investment. Not to mention the free runecrafting experience as well, but there we go. The diary is completed. We'll chuck that into runecrafting. Is that going to get us a level 2? 15,000. Terrible. Just terrible. Okay, there we go. We finally found the Elite Void Knight. Let's go ahead and upgrade our Void Knight armor here. 200 points to upgrade the top. There we go. We now have the Elite Void Knight top. And it's going to be another 200 points to upgrade the Elite Void bottom. Yes, thank you very much. And that is it, guys. That is one of the major requirements out of the way for chinning. Probably the most important item we're going to need there. All we need now is really an anguish and some prayer gear. Okay, one last thing I kind of want to do before I start chinning is get myself 80 prayer, and that requirement is for the Dragon Bone necklace. Now, there's a pretty good method for chinning that if you combine the Bone Crusher and the Dragon Bone necklace, you can have pretty much infinite prayer, which is going to save me a lot on prayer potions, and apparently actually can increase your XP per hour. Now, because I'm kind of cheap, I decided I would kill and sold dragon heads for 80 prayer, and it's actually pretty good. I got 375k prayer experience an hour. Yes, maybe it was for another video, but regardless, I'm happy with it. We also got some experience in magic, attack, ranged, kind of all over the place. Alright, the final thing I need to do before I start chinning is to, for one, charge up my Bone Crusher, and two, I need to create the Bone Crusher necklace, just because it's going to save me an inventory spot. Okay, I forgot the Hydra Tail. So anyway, the way this works is I wear my Anguish until I get down to maybe 15 or 20 prayer points, and then I throw in the Bone Crusher necklace. After around 8 seconds, I'm going to start shooting up in prayer points, because for every maniacal monkey I kill, I'm going to get 2 prayer points back. And you kill them really quickly with Chinchampas, which means you don't really need to worry about prayer points. And because you don't have to worry about picking up potions, your experience rates are going to be a bit higher. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing all of this with black Chinchampas, but I actually wanted to do a little bit of testing with red Chinchampas just to see what the difference is. We did hit our very first defense level, and currently it looks like we're getting about 260k experience an hour in both defense and ranged. I am training on long range, which not only splits up the experience more, but also my attack speed is lower, so overall we're going to be getting less experience, I think. Alright, so black Chinchampas, it looks like we're getting about 320k an hour, which is an additional 70k an hour, which is substantial. 70k an hour more in both ranged and defense, plus more hit points experience, which means I'm probably going to be getting close to an extra 200k experience an hour, which I think is going to be worth the extra cost. Right now it looks like I'm throwing 1,450 Chinchompas an hour, which means that's going to be about 5 mil an hour to do this. Okay, I have my very first big level coming in here. It's going to be a ranged level. That is 97 ranged, which means I only have 2 more levels to go. As you can see, we're doing the one-click method, which is going to be the best experience per hour. It's a little bit more relaxed just because the throw speed is a lot slower on defensive. Okay, we're buying another load of Chinchompas. There's another 4,000, which is going to cost me another 15 mil. At the end, I am going to be calculating how much this cost in total. But for now, we're kind of just affording it where we can. 4,000 Chinchompas, that should take another 2.5 hours to throw those. Okay, we got another big level coming in there. There's 80 defense. Really satisfying to see my defense level go up that quickly because it's been very low for a long time now. I'm predicting after I'm done with this grind, I should be somewhere in the realm of 85 defense, which is going to be so much better than my mid 70s. We're actually getting a lot of hit points experience. We're up to 97 hit points, and I think by the end of this grind, we're going to be very close to 98, which means we're going to be 1 level off an additional 99, which is of course hit points. I'll probably realistically finish that off when I barrage my magic up, and I'm probably going to get 2 99s in one episode. Yeah, so the most XP per hour I'm managing to get is about 335k or 350k sometimes in both combat stats, which equates to about 1 mil an hour total experience. The Bone Crusher is actually pretty awesome. We're getting about 20k an hour, which I mean isn't that much, but it's free prayer experience. I'm not complaining. Okay, after many hours of chinning, we got our second to last ranged level. There is 98 ranged, only 1.2 million experience to go until my third 99 on the account. Alright, so we're actually trading over about 20 mil now. Now that's actually a loan. This is a couple days before I'm uploading my flipping series, so I'm going to be taking that out of the weekly disbursement. And with that money, we can afford our final Chinchompas. We need 5,300 more, and that will get us pretty much exactly to 99 range, which I'm really excited for. Let's just go ahead and get this done with. Alright, another pretty big defense level coming in, 85 defense. We've already gained 9 defense levels doing this. Definitely worth it in my opinion. I think that might be our last defense level. There's 86 defense. Maybe we're going to get one more. Okay, never mind. I miscalculated. We're going to get 1 more defense level before this is all through. And actually, we're going to be insanely close to another hit points level, but I don't think we're going to get it on this grind exactly, but we're going to pretty much be right there. Alright, this is the end, guys. We are done with our chinning grind. Only 37 more chins to throw. I kind of want to time this to see if I can teleport to my home and get the experience drop. So I have 99 ranged in my house. Oh man, I missed. Okay, well that's kind of awkward. Okay, well this isn't exactly what I had planned, but let's go ahead and get to 99 ranged on this guard with a black Chinchompa. Okay, this is kind of a weird way to get a 99, but you know what? This account's all about doing weird, unique things. There it is, guys, 99 ranged. I am actually so stoked on that. My third 99 on the account. We went from none just a few months ago to having 3, and we're quickly progressing this account faster than I ever thought I would. Okay, so yes, we do have like 3 of the easiest and most common 99s in the world, but you know what? I'm still really happy with that. I have gained a ton of total experience, at least compared to what I normally do. Over the last couple of months, we're almost up to 90 million, and I'm sure we're going to hit 100 million very soon. Now, of course, here the final and most important thing to do here is to go ahead and get the skill cape, which actually is kind of useful because it does work like an Ava's accumulator. There we go, we got the ranging cape. Let's go ahead and equip that bad boy. Now, obviously, it's mandatory I do the emote, which that one kind of sucks. Whatever. Okay, so now I just wanted to go over a few numbers here, go over how much experience I gained, how much everything costed. Okay, so just the tuning process from around level 97 to 99 took about 8 hours. I gained 2.6 million experience in both ranged and defense, which not only got me 99 ranged, it also got me from level 76 defense to 87, which is 11 defense levels, a ton of experience in that. And on top of that, we gained 1.7 million experience in hit points, which pretty much brought us right to 98 hit points. Now, on average, I was getting about 330k an hour in defense and range. Now, the biggest issue here that kind of knocked my XP down was I didn't have rigor. I know, kind of a big deal, but in the future, if I decide to chin my defense to 99, I'll probably go ahead and purchase rigor, plus I'm going to want it anyway. Now on average, I was throwing about 1,450 black chins an hour, which means in total I threw around 11,600 black chin champas at a cost of 43 mil, not including any gear or anything. Anyway guys, that was my cost of chinning my ranged in defense to 99. I am very happy with that decision. So that's where I'm going to end it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the episode. So anyway, guys, what do you think I should work on next? Well, hit points and magic are already pretty close to 99, but do you want me to work on something completely different? Let me know with a comment down below. I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. If you did, I'd appreciate it if you left the video a like, and I will see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to a brand new video. Today we're back on the main account again with some more progress for you. Now over the last couple of weeks, I have been really working on questing and diary requirements because it's something I could do without a lot of money, and they provide a ton of really useful benefits. For example, the Fremennik diary gives you some new spells, the Kandrun diary gives you a much better agility training method, the Ardun diary speeds up your farm runs. Like, it's just a lot of useful stuff. And on top of that, I've finally started doing the Chambers of Zarek, and I'm having an absolute blast doing it. So normally I have a kind of set finished goal for the episode, but today I'm going to be laying the groundwork for a few major goals that I should be able to hit very soon, which includes finishing all of the hard diaries, getting a quest cape, and maxing out a few more skills. Anyway guys, I hope you enjoy, and let's get started. Okay, we're starting this week off with our daily runecrafting training. There's 62 runecrafting. Now, 65 is actually a requirement for a diary. However, if I do that diary last, I'm pretty sure I should be able to hit it without needing to ever train this dumb skill. Okay, so continuing on with my runecrafting training, let's go ahead and finish the Fremennik diaries. We have a few tasks left on the easy diary, which would be a pretty decent runecrafting training method, and then we'll move on to the mediums, which would be an even better rate. I'm very impressed. I never actually killed 5 rock crabs before. And there we go. We finished up the easy Fremennik diaries. Nothing too notable here. However, with that said, our goal for all of these is to get at least the hard diary done. We'll have access then to the tan leather spell and the recharge dragonstone maybe. But there's a nice 2.5k runecrafting experience. Okay, so now we're on to the mediums, and we're back to these weird eagles that I literally have never ridden before, and I don't really see how they're ever convenient. I don't think they are. Okay, there we go. That is the last diary requirement for the medium Fremennik diary. Definitely almost ran out of prayer running through the lighthouse, but there we go. That is the mediums. Got the Fremennik sea boots too, and another nice bit of runecrafting experience. Let's chuck that in there. 7.5k, right? Beautiful. There we go. Now for the hard Fremennik diaries, we need to do Throne of Miscellanea, which I really should have got around to doing a long time ago because I could put money in here and get passive income. Who doesn't want passive income nowadays? God damn it, this took me like 2 minutes to marry this girl. My GF speed run is now ruined. Okay, so I think the quickest way to gain favor in Miscellanea, or at least one of the quickest ways, is actually just to rake these 2 farming patches, wait for them to respawn, and or hop to a different world. And for the diary requirement, we do have to get 100% favor, while for the quest, I think we just need 75%. But I mean, we may as well do it at the same time. Okay, there we go. We got the hard diary requirement done. However, I think we are pretty much done the quest now anyway, so we'll go finish that up. Okay, there we go. 1 quest point and access to Miscellanea, I guess, is the main reward. It feels like we're really close to our quest cape, but all of the remaining quests pretty much give 1 quest point, so we still have quite a few to go. Okay, this hard diary requirement is actually very challenging because this dwarf will not fuck off. Luckily, I had some of these summer squirks left over from my thieving grind, because the thieving level requirement is 75, but we can get a +3 boost from this, which we can hopefully just quickly do. There we go. God damn it, that took like 5 minutes. There we go. We have finished all of the hard tasks in the Fremennik region. Pretty easy to actually finish the diary, minus all of the quest and skill requirements, of course, but yeah, it was very quick. Now, besides the experience, the main reward here is access to, well, mainly the tan leather spell, which is something I've been actually dreaming about for a long time, so I'm kind of excited to try it out. Now, this spell is notably very good because it provides usually a very profitable money-making method while also training magic. If you're doing it at somewhat high efficiency, you can get around 130k XP per hour, which is good for magic training, especially considering that you often make upwards of 1 million GP in profit. Okay, now for the downside is it's kind of click intensive and requires a bit of inventory setup. Now I do have a couple of plugins running. I have the screen marker plugin, I have the inventory viewer plugin, and I have bank fillers everywhere in my bank. That way I know exactly where to click. When I click on the bank, it's already hovering over directly the deposit all button. Because my bank is full, it doesn't deposit the runes. Like, there is a way to set this up so it's pretty decent. So it's definitely a very good method on paper. It just kind of comes down to how much clicking you want to do, but still a very good unlock for my diary. And there it is, 63 rune crafting. Only 2 more levels to go before I never trade in the skill again. Of course, until I need it for another diary requirement, I suppose. Okay, so the next diary I want to complete is the Kandrin diary, and I'm impressed how little I have managed to complete of it, even just by accident. So I'll have to do a lot of tasks, but the main reward I'm looking for on the hard diary is so that you can redirect your Camelot teleport to the Sears Village Bank, which really speeds up agility training when you're doing it at the Camelot course. Okay, there we go. We finished up the easy diaries. I tried to fill up this fish bowl like 3 times and for some reason failed, so I had to keep coming back. But there we go. There is the easy Kandrin diary completed and another 2.5k sweet runecrafting experience. Oh man, I forgot my water orb. That means I have to run all the way back through here again. This is a very strange shortcut. I don't really know who would ever need it, but you know what? It's kind of cool. Now, this is kind of embarrassing, but I guess you guys probably aren't even surprised at this point. I've never played Barbarian Assault. I've never needed the fighter torso because, you know what, I'm rolling in money. No, I've just been too lazy. Honestly, even if I had a ton of money, it's still kind of worth doing because, I mean, it's equivalent to something worth like 25 mil. Okay, there we go. We finished our very first wave, which is a medium diary requirement, but of course, I'm not going to leave. I'm not that type of person. We're going to go ahead and do all 10 waves because, well, it's a requirement for the hard diary. Okay, so for a hard diary, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I need to go ahead and buy a granite body, I think. Yeah, there it is. We just need to buy it, and then I think we just need to equip it, and that is going to be a hard diary requirement out of the way. It looks pretty trash, oh bad. Okay, for the medium diary, we're getting another 7.5k runecrafting experience, and we're going to get 10% more marks of grace when we're doing the Sears Village rooftop course, but I think that's pretty much it. For some reason, one of the diary requirements is just to go rake somebody, so I just raked this guy's head. Now, luckily, for the diary requirement, you can actually get a +5 boost from an Admiral Pie, which means I don't need to go ahead and get 5 more fishing levels. That would have sucked. Whew. Maybe one day I'll get 99 fishing. On my RS3 account, I was very close. I was like 96. I don't know why I was going for fishing over something else. I don't know why this is a hard diary requirement. You literally just have to set your house to fancy stone. Okay, maybe it doesn't count if it already is fancy stone. I don't know. Now, one of the last things I need to do is kill a mythical dragon, and then we're going to be pretty much done with the Kandrin hard diary. Now, this isn't actually a diary requirement, but I forgot to mount my dig site earlier, so I thought I would do it. Ooh, look how convenient that is. Right, I forgot about that. Definitely should have brought a water orb the first time. Okay, now this is it. With a Dwarven Stout matured, we're able to build the Adamant Spear, and that is going to be it for the hard Kandrin diary. A really nice diary to get out of the way. So right now, when we go to Camelot, we only have one teleport option. It's going to bring us right in front of the castle. However, when we go ahead and complete the Kandrin hard diary, we now have the option to set it to the Sears Village Bank, which is more desirable in general. But mainly, you can teleport right to the beginning of the Sears Village agility course. Makes this really, really good. See, look, it's like literally right there, which will increase our experience rate at this course by, I think, maybe 20% or something. It's pretty significant. Okay, the next hard diary I'm going to do is the Karamja diary, not particularly because there is a useful reward, it's just really easy experience, and I already have all the requirements. I still can't believe to complete a medium diary you need to spend like a mil on a goat tuber. That is a pretty annoying requirement, but whatever, we did it. Okay, for the medium diary, we're going to get another 7.5k runecrafting experience. No, we're not, 5k. Even Jagex knows how easy this one is. We are the winner of the fight pits. Pretty easy against a level 3. And I think we just need to drop this leaf and pick it back up a bunch. But there it is. There's the Karamja hard diary completed. I'm pretty sure doing all these diaries is still quicker XP than doing like nature runes. But there we go. 64 rune crafting. One more level to go. Then we'll have all of the diary requirements. Or at least all of the skill diary requirements. Mage training arena. Oh no. Alright, so here is my very first Chambers of Zarek raid. I have never done this before, along with quite a few other things apparently. Now I have transferred over quite a bit of money from my main account, and I may keep it here just to do raids because transferring it back and forth is a pain, and you always end up losing money. Like I ended up merching myself for like 5 mil last time I transferred a bunch of items. I'll probably go in and explain it in my flipping video, but essentially I transferred over about 250 mil worth of stuff to buy mainly the Dragon Hunter Lance and a few other pretty important pieces of gear. No, this is not the minimum gear requirement for raids. I could have gotten away with less, however I'm a complete noob, so I think having a bit of a leg up will definitely help out. A huge shout out to my IRL friend for teaching me this and suffering through a couple of brutally slow raids, I'm sure. Alright, well, my first raid, about 2 hours, an hour 40 minutes. I didn't get anything first time, unfortunately. We finished it with literally 1 hit point. I was flailing around like a madman, no idea what was going on, but I actually only died once in the raid, and that was to Ulm, so pretty good. That fight is definitely really chaotic, kind of overwhelming, but I mean, it should be getting better from here, I hope. Oh, well, there we go. Raid number 2 is only 1 hour 17 minutes. That's already a pretty big reduction. About 180k in loot, not bad. My goal is to try to get a deathless raid within the first 10 raids. That would be pretty nice. Okay, raid number 3, 52 minutes, and I didn't actually die to Ulm, although I did die during the raid, but we finished with 14,000 points, which is, you know, that's okay. That's a pretty 54k, okay. Now, one thing I've been putting off buying for a long time is Rigor, and we're finally going to get around to doing it. As part of the money I transferred over, I just have to get Rigor. It's irresponsible not to have it, considering how much more of an investment I put into the Dragon Hunter Lance. For example, Rigor is just so good, and the only reason I haven't done it before is because it's a permanent unlock and I was just temporarily putting things over here. Okay, so 58 minutes, and this raid went a lot smoother. There was a lot more stuff on the ground. We're currently doing the suiciding method where we're going to suicide to Ulm once before we even get started. Apparently it's a pretty good learner's technique, but hopefully eventually we'll get to the point where I don't have to do that anymore. Okay, raid number 5, we're up to 1 hour 2 minutes. Hey, there we go, more runecrafting experience. Now, I haven't died to Ulm in quite a while, except for that really scuffed solo I tried earlier. But this time I died to Tecton. We're still looking for that deathless raid. This is looking pretty good, guys. This is going to be it. 46 minutes too. That was much quicker than any of our other kills. 46 minutes is actually a pretty decent time, and I think anyway. On raid number 8, we got a deathless raid and about 40k points, so that's right on the mark. And I'm really stoked. This is a lot of fun, honestly, and I mean, I'm already close to half of the drop rate for a pretty significant drop. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, and to finish things off here, the very last diary I want to complete is the Falador diary because I pretty much have all the requirements. I think we now have enough golden nugget. I only needed to go get another 20 or 30 because for the Falador diary, you do need the full prospector's outfit, which I mean will just be kind of nice to have anyway, but mainly for the diary. Now, one thing I really like about diaries is it kind of makes you finish a bunch of quests that you would never do otherwise. For example, now I need to do Ichlathin's little